Good morning, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Today is July 11th, 2018. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be July 25th, August 16th, which is a Thursday, and there's a 3-week gap then between those two meetings, and then August 29th. We're going to call items, for the most part, in the order they are signed in. First, we have a few in New York City. Then we're going to go to Buffalo, Albany, and back to New York City. As your item is called, please approach the podium and speak into the microphone. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. As I mentioned the last meeting, going forward, about 2 to 3 hours into the meeting, we will be taking a 20 to 30-minute break, which will be at the call at the chairman's discretion. Chairman, you have anything to say?
I just want to welcome Commissioner Fan. We're looking forward to working with you. We've actually been waiting for you a long time.
I think we're the mod squad up here now, don't you?
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner Fan.
Okay, starting in New York City, the first item is 1430, London Grace, Inc.
Thank you.
This is an application for an alteration. Normally does not come before the members, however, because it increases the size of the liquor store, then I believe it's before you. This is a gentleman. But what's interesting about this application is that.
Let me just stop you. Is there anyone here in protest? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
What's interesting about this application is that none of the four stores that are closest have changed from the day that this application was approved by the liquor stores. Everybody's the same. The Hamptons have exploded in terms of population during the summer, and the reality is.
Well, that's not new.
No, but it's increasing all the time. He is just looking. He has the opportunity to expand the space right next to it that became available. He's looking to better serve the existing customers that he has. He's looking to increase the amount of New York products that he can carry, and I believe the public rules have been served. There's nothing new about this thing except that he is gaining space. And if I may add, which I included in my letter the other day, the authority about a month ago approved something very similar in Bridgehampton, where there was an increase of 2,000 square feet to an existing store. So I would ask that all of the factors really hold for public needs, and again, chairs that you approve the application.
You're going from you're going to add almost a 2,700 square feet of space.
Which is bigger than every one of the four closest stores.
What's interesting about the four closest stores, take the store that's doing $4 million a year. Its space is about 2,500, I believe, or something in that area. But the interesting thing about that store is it really caters to the upper end. You know, like cases of Cristal will be purchased out of that store already. Many of the high-end products, which he has, but he doesn't carry to the degree that they do. So. The numbers themselves can be somewhat deceiving. The only store that.
Well, how is that deceiving? Just because he does, because this guy's selling high-end stuff?
Yeah, he's making a lot of money. He doesn't need the extra space, is what I'm trying to say. The only store that's protested. The other stores haven't protested. The only store that's protested really isn't. He isn't on the beaten path. He's off north of everyone else. He's not on Route 27, which is the main drag. And whatever his problems are his problems. But as you say every week at meetings, you're not here to protect the competition.
No, but if you look at the sales of the competition, 2 are clearly down of the 4 closest, and 2 are at best flat. And that's 4 stores within 2 miles.
I'm not arguing the numbers.
Well, then what's the public convenience and advantage of adding what amounts to another liquor store? Well, the size of it.
We're not adding another liquor. All he's looking to do is add New York products. All he's looking to.
How much of it is retail? How much of the new space is retail?
You have an office in
It's an office space. It's a little, the actual floor, I think it's a little under 2,000 square feet.
So it's the majority of it's going to be new retail space, it's not storage?
Some of it's still, well, we use a lot of storage on top of all the shelving, so it is freeing up a lot of, it's giving a lot of storage space.
No, but I mean, that storage space is part of your retail floor? Okay.
Again, you just approved something down the road, right? The 2,000 square.
So let me go back to that for a second, to be clear.
Commissioner, could we just hold on? Can you check that microphone and see if it's working?
No. Shocker.
Nothing.
Are you hearing him at all in Albany?
We can barely hear him.
That means that no one can hear
We
you.
didn't hear Donald.
Oh, we'll finish this one. Keep going, though. Just speak loudly.
All right, let's be better.
Well, wait, is it being recorded?
I think you just, there you go, have fun. Thank you.
Want to do all that again?
Sure, why not?
I don't want you to
If
do it
you
again.
want an attorney to speak, we can go on all day.
I know that.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Just to be clear, what is the retail, the amount of retail square footage of this? You're requesting to add 2,700 square feet.
About 1,900 of it is gonna be actual, like, floor space.
Okay.
Some of it's gonna be office, a bathroom.
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
Commissioner? You have anything else?
No.
All right.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you have something else.
No, sir, I believe public convenience advantage. He's only catering to his existing customers because of what he is able to establish. That's all he's looking to do. He's not going to increase the customer base. It's just that he'll be able to give his existing base more of a selection of New York product, and better serve them. That's all we're looking to do here. We're
And
not.
how much of New York products he selling now? For sale, not selling.
I believe it's about 30 SKUs now. He wants to go up to about 125 to 200 SKUs. And more than that, he wants to publicize them. He wants to have tastings for the New York product. He knows he's very friendly.
So
with-
he's going to do at least 150 New York products?
Correct.
How would you describe your current customer base?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Your current customer base?
What-
You're talking about serving
Well,
the same population who's...
Okay, the overall population of Southampton is about 58,000, but it goes to at least 120,000 during the summer. So when you say customer base, it's a mix of the locals, so to speak, and the people that come out there every weekend. It's right on 27. It's right on the road that goes towards East Hampton and Montauk and.
No, he's not. He's on 39, you said.
It converts, 27 converts to 39. It's
Okay.
the same road essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, we get a lot of transient customers, people at one time, they come out on vacation, they only come in the store one time.
You're right across the street from Shinnecock and Southampton Golf Club, right?
Kind of.
Kind
yeah,
of,
We're a
in
little
the
past.
area.
You gotta-
a little-
you gotta-
Sorry.
Just
yeah,
a
we're-
little
we're
east of it.
Just slightly east, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
About a half mile, quarter mile.
Are you playing golf at Shinnecock?
If you do drop in, he has a great selection.
No, when I looked it up, I wished I had been, but, I'm good. You have any other questions there, Chairman?
No, go ahead.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve, now that I understand your square footage to not be as large as I thought it was. That was my problem with it. And the only protest is from the fourth store furthest away here. So I don't have a problem, especially if you're going to raise the amount of SKUs of New York State products as well. So I will approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, as long as there's 125 New York State SKUs, which you've indicated you will have.
I vote to approve as well. I actually know that area really well. I think,
Are you playing at Shinnecock?
No, I didn't go to the U.S. Open because I was, in maternity leave. But anyway, I think a larger store will enhance the shopping experience for the population, summer or not. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Ford, are you approving with the condition of the 125 SKUs for New York products?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner,
Are
are you also approving for the 125?
you approving with that condition?
With 125?
Right.
Sure, yes.
Good luck to you.
Next item, 1388, Blue Hawaiian Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
Blue Hawaiian was a hearing, so I'm not going to go into great detail. I believe the hearing officer was wrong for many reasons, but the one he was absolutely incorrect as a matter of law was the one relating to the sale to minor. As an exhibit, which he acknowledged, the bartender that allegedly sold the alcoholic beverage had taken the course. The law is quite crystal clear that it's an affirmative defense to the charge.
Well, wait, am I correct in saying that the ID didn't appear to be valid because it was expired?
No. What
Was the ID expired and it wasn't the picture of the individual?
It was his brother.
Right, so it's not him and it's expired.
Since you're asking me about the fact of the case, no police officer saw anyone inside the premises drinking. What happened was there was a fight outside, which is part of this, and the sergeant who was in charge said, see if anybody's under the age of 21. So this individual was under the age of 21, and the police officer, who didn't see any of this, said...
But that's not what you brought up. You brought up the fact that the affirmative defense is in play because they allegedly took the ID and accepted a false ID that they thought was valid.
No. First of all, the testimony of the bartender was that there was no one that came to that place that was under...
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the affirmative defense.
The affirmative defense is taking the course, not the
The course doesn't give you...
That's not...
The course doesn't give you the right to take a false ID that's clearly fake. That's not what the affirmative defense is. Correct, counsel?
No, that's not true.
Mr. Miller, I know what you're referencing.
No, I cite it. I'll read it. It shall be an affirmative defense that at the time of such violation, such person who committed such alleged violation held a valid certificate of completion or renewal from an entity authorized to give and administers an alcohol training awareness program pursuant to subdivision 12 of section 17 of this chapter. Such licensee shall diligently implement and comply with all the provisions of the approved training program. So,
and he didn't.
But he did.
How?
Well, first of all, again, no one walked into that place with a phony ID.
We're gonna get past that.
No, okay, but again, the police officer never saw this.
I get that. We're getting past that. But you're saying because he took the training course, he has a defense.
That's
the
correct.
testimony that I read indicated that defense would be in play if that person exhibited an ID that appeared to be real. This ID, if you looked at it, was expired.
Okay.
So it's not real.
If you want me to comment on that, because I had the case, 2524 Cafe Concerto. What should have happened, and what I asked the police officer, but he didn't do it, was take a picture of that ID. There's no corroboration here
I'm
of
just talking
anything.
about the evidence that was presented,
But of the
which
evidence-
the ALJ found credible.
Right. But there was, again, he tried to distinguish...
I'm just trying to point out to you that under the evidence that was credible, that the ALJ found credible, the affirmative defense doesn't fit.
But it does, Mr. Chairman, it does.
So you're saying that the affirmative defense allows them to accept an ID that clearly is not valid?
But it wasn't that, first of all, no one actually saw that ID.
It doesn't matter. She believed them, or he.
It's a he.
That's the facts I'm not getting into, but the fact that you're raising an affirmative defense, that doesn't apply.
Believed what? An officer who admitted that he didn't see any sale, admitted that he didn't see this person inside the place, and then says that he saw an ID of the brother. That's
So now
what
you're
he's
talking
saying.
about the credibility of witnesses. That's a different aspect.
I'm not talking about the
Yes,
credibility of the word, but I think you're conflating both together.
No, I'm not. If the facts are as she believed them, the affirmative defense does not apply. Am I wrong?
I would uphold what the ALJ found here, and I would sustain all 3 charges, and I would apply a penalty accordingly. And obviously, if we have to go to litigation, then we'll go.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
the
not
rest of
looking to
the credibility issue you can take to the appellate.
I'm not, credibility is not the issue here, it's what they saw and what they didn't see. And it's really triple hearsay as to what's going on. This has nothing to do with credibility. A cop said he saw, I don't doubt that the cop said he saw the kid with two types of proof on him, one being the brother and one being his own. And he said he showed the brother's ID.
Well, I'm not getting into the credibility issue. So
It's not.
sustain 1, 2, and 3. It's their second sale. I'll go 10,000.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Agreed.
10,000.
Next case, 1436, Bracco's Clam and Oyster Bar, Inc.
Just out of an abundance of caution, because this is on appeal in another matter, I will recuse myself.
We're appealing this?
No, they are on another matter. So just to cover all bases.
Is this after that big nightmare we had with them last year, these events?
It was, yes, but it wasn't sustained.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to figure out if they're heading in the wrong direction.
No, they're not. I mean, I don't want to go into, look, it wasn't sustained, so I'm not.
I don't want to talk about these. I just want to know if something comes here, I hope they're aware that they're not going to end well.
You made that very clear. I mean, when you say something, at least I listen, and I conveyed it to them. They
I'll
understand.
dismiss 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, dismiss.
Dismiss.
Next item, 1439, Gary Cole.
Gary Cole is,
Well, let me just do this. Sustain 1, 2, 3, dismiss 4, 5, 6, 7, sustain 8. And they have a very good previous history.
Yeah, I mean, that one, the security guard couldn't open I understand, look, I'm not going to argue, some of them I even conceded that the.
Is the security guard still working there? The one who wouldn't let him?
No, that's the whole thing.
Well, I mean, there clearly is a quote there, I'm not letting you behind the bar.
No, if you.
Or in the other, or whatever room it was.
No, but that's the point, there's only one room. Look, I don't want to contest too much of it. The man does have a good record.
Is he still working there, is what I asked?
He was last time. I mean, if you want him dismissed, he'll be dismissed. But it wasn't a matter of getting behind the bar. It was a matter that these drawers were locked, and that he couldn't let them in there because there were no drawers. There is no. Look at your own. I made it an exhibit. There is no back room. I mean, the officer that testified kept talking about closets. And then the judge cleaned it up in a sense by saying, no, he didn't mean closets, he meant drawers. But the police officer had no idea what he was talking about. I showed you the summons, which was submitted into evidence, which
No, but the problem, I'm not talking about the back room or whatever, but the problem I'm talking about is that Mr. Green denied them permission to search those areas, stating that the bar was closed and you weren't allowed in here. But the bar clearly was not closed.
I'm not going to debate that here.
Well, I know, but that's the stuff that really gets me aggravated, which you're aware of.
If you want that guard dismissed.
No, I just want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I believe, he knows, the guard has the keys.
All right, 6,000. And that's only because I don't know what happened here, but they've been pretty good before that.
This isn't a bad licensee.
Warning signs, guard emergency exits, yeah. Yeah, I'll agree to that 6,000 as well.
I agree.
And Mr. Mailer, now that they voted, just FYI, there's stuff coming down the pike.
Again? Gary Cole?
So what's going on there?
I don't know. Until I see it, I don't know.
They've been open 13 years, done nothing. Now all of a sudden it's
Strange.
Mr. Chairman, I can go into what I believe is going on in some of these
it doesn't
precincts,
matter.
but right, it's speculation at this point. I'm not.
Next
I
item,
see that.
1377, World Wine Group, Inc.
Well,
Isn't that yours?
no, I have, the only other one that I have is, there's 4 or 5 of them. It's
Feluca.
Feluca. I'm sorry, I may have given you the wrong number. It's Feluca.
1364.
Yeah, and I've asked for cancellation.
1364, 68, 1372, 1374, 1383.
You got it. Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond. All right. Everybody saying that? I've learned from Commissioner Ford, wait until he votes. And that goes for you too as well, obviously.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, we have an item here with an interpreter we're going to call. It's item 1446, Nostrand Market Corp. I think we have an interpreter and the applicant.
I'm sorry, which number again?
1446. Could you introduce her, speak to her and then introduce her for the record, please?
ملك الروحاني.
You got to speak in the microphone, sir.
My name is Malika Al-Rouhani.
And who's he?
She's the president.
No, who's the gentleman?
She's my wife.
أنت إيش وضعك؟ اسمك
أنا المدير.
اسمك
عبد الزوقري.
عبد الزوقري.
And what's his relationship to her? You have to speak in the microphone.
علاقتك بها؟ I am her husband.
And what's your name, Mr. Interpreter?
My name is Ahmed Raji.
Okay, thank you. So this got disapproved by the licensing board. Can you,
التصديق رفض من قبل الهيئة بتاعت التصديق.
ليش؟
Why?
good question. There was an arrest.
كان في اعتقال حصل.
Mr. Al-Zakari,
2 violations, disorderly conduct.
he was supposed to notify us that he got arrested and he didn't.
كان تم اعتقالك وما خبرتهم.
إلا أرسلنا قد أرسلوا الأوراق من المحكمة أنه خلاص الكيس انتهي ب 2000.
Some documents were sent to you from the court.
Well, that's only one issue.
هذا كان موضوع ثاني.
The other issue is that on her application, she put that you had never been arrested or convicted, and in fact, you had been.
هي في أوراق التقديم قالت إنه أنت ما ذكرت إنك كنت معتقل وهذا اللي حصل.
بس هي الابلكيشن باسمها هي، أنا ماليش علاقة بالابلكيشن.
The application was in her name and there is no relation with me being arrested.
But you were a former licensee. So my first question to you is, why are you selling the store to her?
ليش أنت يعني بعت؟ لأنك كنت أنت المالك سابقا. ليش بعت لزوجتك؟
إن هي أعطتني الفلوس.
You know?
بعتها.
I don't. I was going to ask that myself.
بعتها. دفعت لي المبلغ وأنا بعتها.
I just sold it to her. She paid for it.
How much?
كم دفعت؟ كم دفعت هي عشان؟
كم دفعت كان في خسائر، دفعت الخسائر.
وقال لك كم بالضبط؟
ما
she paid all the losses. كم؟
ما حسبتها يعني ما بقول له
I don't recall. I can't say exactly.
All right, why doesn't he go in the back of the room and sit down, and I'm going to talk to her for a minute.
لحظة هيتكلم معك.
Ask her how much she paid.
كم دفعت أنت؟
تقريبا مع التقسيط أصلا ما دفعتوش كاش هكا شوي.
فكله كان كم؟ I paid in installments.
You paid your husband in installments?
أنت دفعت بالأقساط. Yes.
How much?
كم كان كله؟
يمكن 50-60
ألف. Probably 50,000-60,000.
Can we have a second?
Yeah.
I'll be
right there.
We're now back on the record.
So this application was denied because of the misrepresentation by her and her husband, who also put in a personal questionnaire. What has changed since those misrepresentations that would indicate we need to approve this?
الطلب رفض لأنه كان في معلومات خطأ أنتم قدمتوها في الطلب عندما طلبتوا أنت وزوجك يعني أو بمعنى كان في معلومات أنتم خبأتوها يعني هو كان تم اعتقاله بس أنتم ما ذكرتوا هذا هو سبب الرفض. إذن هل في أي شيء جديد الآن؟ Nothing new.
All right, so I'm going to deny, because that's deny the reconsideration. I mean, if they want to apply again in a couple of months, and they make sure that the application is accurate, they'll get a license, but it has to be accurate.
الآن أنا يعني قررت إنه الطلب مرفوض بس بإمكانكم تقدموا مرة ثانية بس هذه المرة المعلومات تكون صحيحة وما يكون فيها أي يعني خطأ أو أي شيء يعني مخفي.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. As the chairman said, I think he should, what is it, Mr. Azakari, yeah. I think he needs to start from scratch again with a clean application.
And if the cases, if the criminal cases are cleared up, there's no reason he can't apply. I don't know what the motivation here, I'm assuming the arrests are the reason he didn't apply himself. But if the cases, if there's no convictions or if they're only misdemeanors, it's not a problem.
الكوميشنر المفوض أيضا قال هو قراره أيضا الرفض هذه المرة بس هو قال بإمكانكم تقدموا والرئيس يقول إنه حتى زوجك بإمكانه يقدم لأنه الملف حق الاعتقال هذا خلاص مقفول يعني.
إذا خلاص عادي.
أي عادي هو يقدم أو أنت تقدم يعني.
ده المعلومات حقي وحق عادي.
Did they have any?
Fred, I want to hear what she said. What did she say?
She was just making, confirming that so any one of us can apply now.
I don't know what the status is of his criminal case, but if they're all cleared up and there's no felony conviction, which it doesn't appear there is, yes.
يقول أنا ما أعرف الوضع حقكم لكن هو إذا ملفه مقفول يعني ما عنده أي جريمة بإمكانه يقدم يعني.
And one other thing, have you considered enlisting some professional advice here on this application? And just instead of just them doing it themselves, I mean, getting some professional help to get it done right this time?
يسألكم يعني سؤال موجه لكم لزوجك إنه هل أنتم يعني استفدتم من استشارة ولا قدمتوا الطلب بنفسكم بس يعني والآن لما تقدموا الطلب كمان يعني بإمكانكم تطلبوا استشارة من إنسان متخصص يعني.
Okay, do you want to vote?
أضيف حاجة لأنه
I'm going to vote to deny, but
لما قدمنا باسمها كان المحل تقفل سنة كاملة.
I want to add something.
No, well, we all voted to deny at this point, so there's nothing really to add. If he has questions, he certainly can call our agency.
قراره هو الرفض الآن طبعا بس بإمكانكم
Thank
تقدموا
you.
وإمكانكم
Mr.
تتصلوا.
Bergman, do I need to get security to take care of that problem over there? With the phone? Okay. All right, we're gonna move to Buffalo now. And the first item there is 1428, Turbo Liquor LLC.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. I work for Consulting Alcohol Management. The owner is Chester McKenna. We helped Turbo Liquor assemble and process the application. To the right of me is Mrs. Magna Malik, and she is the sole member of the LLC.
So she doesn't have any experience in the liquor business. What made her want to open a liquor store?
I'm sorry, Justin. Excuse me, Chairman, Board, Commissioners. There's opposition present for this application.
Okay, they can speak first. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Jill Yonkers from Rupp Boz in Buffalo on behalf of John Mark and Passport Wine and Spirits. These are two of the close neighbors to this site, and you may remember from May of 2018 when I last saw you, we're looking at an application for the 8th liquor store within 3 miles of my clients. This application would not serve the public convenience and advantage. When we look at the 4 factors that this board has found pivotal in its evaluation, the key has been the square footage of the existing retail sales space. And in this case, we have over 54,000 square feet of existing space around this liquor store. Even if you look at some of the other factors, they all weigh against this application.
Well, 54,000 in what mileage?
Within 3.3 miles, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
My clients alone is 3 miles. And remember, this is the hamlet of Bowmansville. It's not a walking community. It is a driving community. So these are literally minutes away from one another by car.
But one of those stores one of the stores is an enormous store, correct? And it's not one of the 4 closest.
It's not one of the 4 closest. It is number 6, Mr. Chairman. That's correct.
And how big is that enormous store?
That one is in my papers, but it's around 29,000 square feet.
So over half of what you're talking about is one store, and it's not even one of the 5 closest.
Right, but even if you take that away, we're still, let's say that's 30,000. I'll give you that. And you're better at numbers than me, certainly, Mr. Chairman.
I doubt that.
I don't know. Former CPA like you could probably run this in your head better than I can. I'm just giving you a
key
lawyer.
word there is former.
Maybe recovered, right? Even take that one away. Take number 6 away. Just look at the top 4. You're still looking at more than 20,000 square feet, which this board has routinely found to be too much for an area that's saturated like this one. You did that with respect to Walden Express. Just in May, you did that with Gurus, which was 6 minutes from this very site. Look at the other factors. Look at the sales at the existing ones. And I know the first closest neighbor and the second has sent in a letter. The first closest is here, and he can tell you himself that the market is saturated. This is not an area of population explosion. We've heard that term earlier today. There is static, if not decreasing sales. And look at the variety of offerings, both now existing and proposed. There's nothing new, newfangled, unique to really drive the public convenience and advantage. And I know today you're looking at a couple of things, both in the disciplinary agenda, where there's almost 70 pages of discipline. We don't want to get into that kind of situation where there's a drive to have business, but mistakes are made. I know that's very important to you. And
Counsel, can I just ask very quickly? I'm curious.
Yes.
I usually don't ask questions on these, but how do your gross sales look up to this point at John Mark? Do you know any additional information than what you've provided in writing?
The ones in writing were the most recent, Mr. Commissioner, and I'm looking at their data. And
John Mark? John Mark isn't even listed in here. It's not listed. It's not one of the.
This is not on
It's not one of the closest.
Oh, I see. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the end of March, it was 2.3. Typically, they're in the 12.3 for a total year. From January to March of this year, they were 2.3.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take also a look at this site historically, because we are in the hamlet of Bowmansville, and this site in particular, both from the SLA licensing standpoint, has a history of changeover. This site in general is not a great site for business. There's a lot of turnover. Linguini's, which used to operate at this site as a restaurant with a liquor license, is gone. It's not the right area. It's not the right time. And I'm happy to speak further, but my conclusion is, look, it's not the right area. It's not the right time. It's saturated market. You've denied applications before for even less saturation, and we encourage you to do so here. I know Mr. Lynn from Airport Liquors is here also, and I would turn the podium over to him unless you have other questions.
No, I actually have a question for him. That's interesting that he showed up.
Okay.
Because we don't have, we have no data for him, so we'd like to talk to him.
You should have the data from Monica Frankish in front of you,
No, we do.
in front of the board.
We'll
Okay.
talk to the gentleman from Airport Liquors, please.
Very good, thank you.
Did we ever get that? Wait,
Or airport? No.
can you put your name on the record?
My name is Jalem. My answer, Crystal.
Crystal Lau from Airport Discount Liquor.
You're both, you own it, and do you work there, ma'am?
I kind of help her.
I'm the member of the Airport Discount Liquor, but today my fiance going to be a representative me to talk about because he managed my store for me.
So you got notified that we were having this hearing today about a new liquor store, yet we sent you a request for your sales numbers and you never sent them to us.
We sent you 2 weeks ago already. Before we tried to email to them, and they said they can't open the file, and then we faxed it 2 weeks ago.
Okay. What are your, we don't have it, so what are your sales, approximately?
Approximately, like last month, only run like 30,000.
30,000?
Yeah.
A year?
No, a month.
A month, okay.
Their license was issued in November of 2017.
Oh, this is the one I asked you about?
This, right.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, that's all.
No, we have this recent one today, we didn't know that. I have a hearing, the neighbor in a village liquor store, they call us, say, hey, we have opening today. This recent one we're coming. Because in there, like 1.5 mile, we have 2 small store here.
We got it.
If you have,
All right,
if you
thank
open
you.
more,
No, we have it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This wasn't a liquor store before them, right?
No, the full board approved it in August.
Okay. All right, is the applicant still there, or did they?
No, they're still there.
We're still there.
We're ready.
All right, so first of all, as the council before us representing John Marks stated about Linguini's no longer being there due to saturation or whatever the case may be, I was actually contacted by Linguini's to handle their new application that they're going to be doing a little bit further down the street. The reason why they are no longer there is because they lost the lease through the landlord. They were there for 15, 20 years
I'm not really worried about that. The bigger concern I think that we have is that we just licensed the closest store 7 months ago.
Right.
So what has changed in those 7 months that would require another one?
So when you look at the proximity or the location of the 4 closest stores, they are actually primarily to the west of this location. So when you move east, which is going to be the location here, it tends to be a little bit more rural. The houses are a little bit further apart. We're not anticipating any opening of any liquor store further to the east of us. So the location of this store is actually going to bring the liquor availability closer to these places that are in a little bit more of a rural area. Also,
a mile and a half closer?
Closer is closer. I mean, it would be a little bit more advantageous. Also, the location of this is in a plaza.
I mean, this is on Genesee Street, which I've been on, which is a pretty active street. You're telling me that mile and a half, which is about, what, 2 minutes, is going to change people's lives?
I mean, not necessarily change their lives, but it would make it a little bit more convenient. People that tend to be in a little bit more rural area tend to stay in the more rural area. They get a little bit, I have family that live in a rural area, and I know every time they need to get closer into, the urban, more city environment, they tend to not feel comfortable in doing so.
What is she going to do differently that the other stores are not doing, particularly one that's 30,000 square feet?
So Mrs. Malik actually has the convenience store that's also located within this plaza. So the convenience for the public would actually be the fact that they'll be able to get adult beverages and then also be able to get their mixers at the store next door. Also, There's a pizzeria in this plaza, so, you know, say the clientele comes home from a day of work, they don't necessarily want to cook. On the way home, they can pick up a pizza, they can get their adult beverage, they can get their children's necessities, they can fill up their tank. The convenience for this location, I mean, it'll benefit the clientele just because it'll be a one-stop kind of shop. They won't need to be going all different places before they go home. Also, Bowmansville, there is no liquor store in Bowmansville as of right now. It is a hamlet of about 1,000 people, so that'll be beneficial. Also,
is that in the town of Lancaster?
So there's the town of Lancaster, and
No, what town is that? What town is that hamlet located in?
It's located within the town of Lancaster. It is. And we ran population, and I know that it was stated that it's been stagnant, but the totals that I actually came up with, I ran Lancaster's, Clarence's, and Bowmansville. We feel as though that would be the majority of the clientele that would be frequenting this location. 2010 in Lancaster was about 41,000. As of end of 2017, it was just under 44,000 people. Clarence in 2010 was about just under 31,000. In 2017, it's just under 33,000. And Bowmansville is back in 2010 was 670. Now in 2007, it's just under 1,000 people. So there is a steady growth in population in this area. We really don't feel as though we would be tapping into John Mark's clientele. Reason being, they're about, they're actually over 3 miles away from us. The main route is transit, which is heavily trafficked. We feel.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Questions?
No.
I think we're ready to vote. Commissioner?
Your square footage, 1,900 square feet, does it have to be that large of a space? Retail?
I mean, have some storage space as well. We can, so the overall is going to be 2562 with 1,900 of retail space. I mean,
Right.
if we needed to make the storage bigger to lessen the retail space, we would be willing to do that as well.
Yeah, okay.
And might I add, Magna is also thinking that she'll be having tastings and will be marketing a lot of the New York wineries.
Are the other stores doing that?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm ready to vote. I'm going to vote to deny. There's 8 liquor stores within 3 miles. Sales are down in 2 of the 4 closest. I'm sorry, 1 of the 4 closest. We just opened the closest in November of 2017. The population, while increasing, is minimal. The increase is minimal, and the 4 closest stores amount to 15,000 square feet already, and as council pointed out, within 3.1 miles, there's over 54,000 square feet of liquor stores. So I think that that's more than enough. The closest store is 1.5 miles away. It's a driving community. I don't see any public convenience and advantage.
If I may just make a point, not too long ago, there was a liquor store, what was the name of it?
Eddie's.
Eddie's?
Eddie's.
Eddie's Liquor, in the Wegmans Plaza, which is about,
Not even a half mile.
it's like not even a half mile from the John Mark.
It's a walking distance.
And it's walking distance. I don't I mean, with ours being 1.5 miles and one of the contesting places.
We just
being-
opened one in November. That was my point.
Chairman, that's in litigation, so I wouldn't want to comment on
And
it.
I'm not going to, I'm just being told that that denial is in litigation?
The whole thing is in
Yeah.
litigation, so I don't want to.
All right. I was leaning toward approving. I would have approved it, only because I think it would serve that small hamlet of Bowmansville. The other store, Airport, is more of in competition with Village Liquor Store, Depew. I thought they're real competitors. I thought where you are to the further east, just serving, small hamlet of Bowmansville, and there are quite a few homes around, and again, there is another store there next to a convenience store, so I thought this public convenience and advantage might have been served, so I would have voted to approve.
You are voting to approve.
I am
them.
voting to approve, then I guess, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm actually voting to approve. I think there is public convenience in having a shopping experience in the same mall area where you can go from convenience store to the liquor store, and good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Next item in Buffalo, 1449, GJC 3 Inc.
Good morning. My name is Anjan Ganguly. I'm counsel for Mr. Gary Williams, who is here with me. I want to address primarily what I think were issues in my client's last application that was denied, and I reviewed the commission's letter dated 5/23. It appeared that the commission's issues in the last go-around had to do with some miscommunications or lack of clarity in the application and lack of clarity perhaps in my client's testimony for the commission when he was pro se at that time. It seems like the commission's issues in the last go-around had to do generally with three categories. What's the nature of the business? My client in that application and in this one is describing it primarily as a bar and tavern type establishment that will have periodic jazz type shows that will be rented out periodically for private events. I believe there was some mention of a baby shower, a bridal shower. We'll have events such as karaoke.
Well, he didn't list karaoke on the application, so that's not happening.
Okay. It seemed again, judging from the commission's letter of 5/23, that there was a perception that this was something in the nature of a dance club. I think in the new application,
What do you think led us to believe that?
Well, it seemed like it had to do with, one, the size of the space, and two, that there was mention of DJ, which I...
Well, those are 2 points, clearly, but then the other point that I found, and I find interesting here, is that he's going to have 16 employees in what you call a tavern. What are the 16 people going to do?
That's including security. So just to clarify, there are plans for up to 16. That would include 2 bartenders, 4 table service staff, waiters and waitresses, because there's multiple tables in this establishment, 2 kitchen staff, and then the additional employees, I think, may have, if they were listed in the application as employees, that's not precise. There are security who are actually going to be employees.
So you're having 8 security guards, give or take, for a place that holds 100 people.
Yeah, so
and that tells me that he feels like there's a need for security for some reason.
I think it's an abundance of caution on my client's part, and again...
Could it be because he was involved in a club before, and this method of operation is identical to the one that we shut, that he was involved in?
Well, no. The issue with security, just to clarify, if there's going to be a music event, for example, if there's going to be a jazz or blues musician playing, I think you need additional security at the door. You need additional security on the floor, right? It's not the same as in that situation, wouldn't be the same as people coming in and sitting down at tables and eating and having a cocktail. Under that latter situation where it's just, there's no live event going on, there wouldn't need to be security.
What about a DJ?
Well, that's what I wanted to speak to the DJ issue. My understanding is we're talking about someone essentially playing background music and or emceeing, for example, that private event. You know, the wedding reception.
The baptism.
Yeah, sure, if you like.
I've been to a lot of those with DJs.
Well, again, but you know, Commissioner, you've certainly been to.
See, here's my problem, and I don't know whether the other two commissioners have the same problem, but I've been around long enough here to know when I'm looking at what's going to be a nightclub. And all I ask is that you tell me you're going to be a nightclub. And what I'm hearing right here is, no, we want to just be the neighborhood tavern, but we're going to have a DJ, we're going to have live music, we're going to have jazz bands that are going to require we have 10 security guards, which to me is unbelievable.
Commissioner, can I speak?
And that I come from a place where I used to work that we had to shut down and waste state resources to do it because they weren't doing what they were supposed to do.
Can I speak to that for a moment? I've had precisely this, again, interpreting from the Commission's letter of 523, I've had exactly this conversation with my client and have phrased it almost exactly as you just have. Said, look, Mr. Williams, if you're going to have a nightclub, call it a nightclub. And frankly, based upon his past experiences running a nightclub, he is insistent he doesn't want to do that.
Well, then how about this? We get rid of the DJ, we get rid of the patron dancing, we can only do acoustic jazz, and we shut it too.
Which he has to do in Rochester's two anyway, yeah.
Is that the county? Is that
Rochester,
two anyway?
Rochester's two anyway, yeah.
That's right.
Monroe County.
Then they can shut everyone out by 2. And you're required to have 4 security guards at all times. Now, he had a huge problem last time that he seemed to be unable to contact the wholesalers to buy his alcohol from. He liked to go to the liquor stores.
Well, again, I can speak to that. I understand that there were 2 previous licenses. There was an issue with one of the previous ones. I think my client is, and I'll let him speak to this if you would like, but I think he's very forthright with this. There were 2 or more business partners in the previous establishments. It was not managed well. The different partners didn't necessarily know who was doing what. My client here is going to be the lead person, right? He's going to be the one, the buck's going to stop with him. He's going to ensure that those violations don't happen, that all notices come to him, that he's the one dealing with wholesalers.
Well, I hope somebody does, because it's apparent from the previous charges that no one did.
Right, I understand that. And again, my client, I think...
A couple of them are sitting in the room right here. I don't think they want to hear that.
You know what we really have a distaste for is, to what the chairman alluded to, is when you come to us for one type of application and it's apparent from running through everything that there's a different type of operation envisioned. We'd rather you just tell us the truth about what you really planned, and you know, we can make our decision based on that. It saves you from time for coming back in front of us again.
To that point, not to cut you off, sir, I'm definitely okay with the no DJ, the no dancing, and closing at 2 and having 4 security at all times.
Did you use promoters at your other places?
Unfortunately, at that time, a promoter came in. I no longer was at the establishment. My name was on the license, but I had nothing to do with the establishment.
I'm just asking if you used them. I don't know anything about any of that.
The short answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And are you planning on using them here?
No promoters at all, no, sir.
Well, that's another one.
Good answer.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
Who is George Kearney?
George Kearney is a family member who I actually borrowed money from to rehab this facility.
He's not one of your prior partners?
No, ma'am.
he was not involved before?
No, ma'am. The only partners I ever had was Tyrone Ashford and Gerald Cunningham.
And they're not involved in this?
No, ma'am. Actually, Mr. Ashford received a license. I don't want to actually give you the actual dates. Mr. Ashford received a license, and he had another dance club, and that closed down within a year.
Okay.
But you have no business relationship with either of those two gentlemen any longer, is that correct?
And just the short answer is no, and to be clear, I don't know if it was submitted in this go-around. The last one, there was, I think, information submitted to the commission about litigation between them. There was a falling out. My client has nothing to do with Tyrone Ashford any further.
Okay. All right.
How do you get the place rehab with just $10,000?
It was almost a turnkey situation, and also I used all my savings that I had also.
Okay, because on the application you only mentioned the $10,000.
Yes, I borrowed $10,000 from him and also used all my savings.
So, what's the name of your, say, restaurant?
It's actually a lounge. It's called Mink Lounge.
Lounge doesn't sound like a restaurant to me.
It's not, it's a tavern.
It's a
It's
tavern.
not going as a restaurant.
Tavern. So, are you located? Is your place of business in the district of Adam McFadden?
Yes, ma'am. Adam McFadden. Actually, I reached out to him. He.
We have a letter. We have a letter from him.
Yes,
supporting you.
And you live in this district as well, or just in your business in this district?
The business is in the district.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. I'm willing to vote to approve with the stipulations, as we've mentioned before, 4 security guards, you close at 2, everyone out at 2, by the way. No DJ, no promoters, light jazz. I won't necessarily say acoustic, but just light jazz, you know what that means.
Yes, sir.
And, after
no
you're-
dancing.
No dancing.
Yeah, no, what's that?
No promoters.
No promoters, I thought I said that. No promoters, no dancing. And after a year of operation, you feel free to come back and ask for a change in your MO, and we can consider it from there. But I'll approve under those conditions.
Definitely fine with that.
I'll approve on the same grounds.
Approve on the same grounds as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle, we have no other items in Buffalo?
No other items in Buffalo?
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Albany, 1429, Hiley Hooch LLC.
Hiley Hooch.
Does anybody have any problems with it?
There is no opposition, Chairman.
Yeah, I didn't think that there would be. So this store is 9.3 miles away from the closest store. I reviewed the application. I think the distance itself make it clear that there is a public convenience and advantage to adding this store in St. Lawrence County, and given that there's no protests, it's obvious that the competitors don't have a problem with it either. And just for the record, the second closest store is 14.4 miles away, so I vote to approve.
Since I see that you're locating right in the heart of downtown South Colton.
Big town.
I'm very familiar with the area. I will approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I approve as well.
Thank you.
And can we get your names for the record, please?
I'm Ann Clarkson. I'm 50% member of Higley Hooch LLC.
And I'm Michael Crosley, and the other half.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Good luck.
Question?
Sure.
Are we able to obtain our license today?
I would go to the front desk and ask for Amy Lynn, and she can tell you what conditions are left that need to be
Thank you.
satisfied, okay?
Thank you.
All right, are there any other items in Albany?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to move to New York City now. First item is 1426. This is a proposed advisory regarding combination packages.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner
Morning.
Ford. It's a great pleasure to welcome you, Commissioner Fan.
Thank you.
I'm Kevin Dano, by the way. I represent Empire Merchants. I'm also here on my own behalf in this matter as a citizen, so I'm here on both. And I am here to plead with you not to make this change. I don't believe that it is within your authority. I believe that it is a major change in the law.
Well, let me stop you there. If it's not in our authority, how was it in our authority to allow it in the first place?
Okay.
Which I didn't do, the former chairman and board did, but.
Yes, okay. So the statute says that you have to have one item, and that one item has to have one price. That's what the statute says. And the statute says that it is within your authority to make exceptions for good cause shown consistent with the chapter, consistent with the law. The change that was made before, well, the first changes that were made, in my opinion, were consistent with the chapter. To begin with, you have
Well, the chapter doesn't speak to combo packs.
The chapter, no, the chapter doesn't speak to combo packs, sir. It speaks to an item.
Right.
And the original.
And the item traditionally was always treated as it came into the wholesaler, not that the wholesaler put together himself.
That is correct.
Which is what they changed, correct?
Just give me a second. Yeah, it is part of what they changed, and I wasn't going to go through these steps, but I will because you're asking. Originally, I made an application to the Liquor Authority along with Mark Koslow, asking for combination packages on the grounds that a single wrapped package could be considered an item under the statute. And in order to make that single wrapped package an item under the statute, you first had to have it done by the supplier. The supplier had to wrap it and send it through. And then it had to be price posted on the supplier's level and then on the wholesaler's level. And it would become an item because the statute talks of an item. And there were some court cases, specifically one that had to do with mini bottles, the 50 mLs in a candy cane container, and you may be familiar with the Johnny Walker flight packs, in which they have a combination package that was sent through to the consumer in a package, and those items taken together, plus there was what was called a rainbow rum pack that was done the same way and had one license, one label number from the Liquor Authority, were all considered both by the court and by the Liquor Authority an item. So when it was completely packaged and closed, it was considered an item, and then the good cause that was shown was that it was a way of introducing a new product to a retailer, that they could try a product and at the same time, see that product, but it was limited to one. And there were a lot of reasons, which I'll talk about in a second, about why it had to be limited to one. So you started off and you had an item, and that was consistent with the statute. The next step was a request that was made by other wholesalers to allow them to do this from the pick line, because it would save a lot of money not having to have the supplier do it. They could put it together. And the Liquor Authority, I opposed it, by the way. I opposed that on the grounds that it did not constitute an item, as the statute requires, and that it was moving in this direction where you would move away from the statute as a whole. But the Liquor Authority, in its wisdom, decided that if it was limited to one, and that item was prepackaged and sealed, and it was on the supplier's license filing and on the wholesale filing, that it was substantially the same thing. And it was still an item, and it saved a little bit of money. It was a little bit more convenient when you made packages up. The idea was when you made packages up, they were made up, and this way they were only made up to order. And the Liquor Authority said, if you make one, and if you will give one to anybody that wants one, we don't feel that that moves away from the statutory idea that each item is one item. And then, in the next step, which I also opposed, the Liquor Authority said...
Which I did do.
Which you did do, but I'm not here for blame. I'm here to try to stop you from doing the next step, which is the step that I have always feared. You talk about slippery slopes, and slippery slopes is a kind of argument that says, don't do something because the next thing that happens is going to be worse. And all those other things, as much as I opposed everything but the first one, didn't really hurt the integrity of the statute.
But the statute doesn't say anything about the item being wrapped.
No, it doesn't. And
in today's technology, we're talking about all of these things are on computers.
And
it can be identified as an item on the computer.
And thus,
or price posted.
And thus, although I opposed it, and I made these arguments to you at the time, you made that very argument, and you said, and, you pardon the, but at that time, you and Commissioner Ford, now you, Commissioner Ford, and Commissioner Fan, at that time, you were, the people in charge. You made that decision, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that decision, if you'll pardon my putting it that way, which I shouldn't have. Because, again, you're right. The idea that it wasn't wrapped was only the idea of keeping the theoretical integrity of an item in place. You could draw your line the way...
Well, and the reason I did that, because I don't do this in a vacuum, is I talked, and I'm sure you're familiar with what happens to those packages the minute they get in the liquor store.
Yes.
They're unwrapped, and the bottles are separated.
Yes, yes.
So, and sold separately.
Yes, and there was reasonable justification, and you may recall that at that time, while I made these arguments about what items meant and how I opposed it, I did not say to you that you were exceeding your authority when you did those things, because there was good cause shown, and it was consistent with the statute, because the statute talked about an item and you were still dealing with an item, right? And that item was that package, although it wasn't shrink wrapped or packaged. Fine. But now we move from there to the bridge too far. And the reason that this is the bridge too far is because you no longer have an item. Now what you're doing is you're saying 3. Now here's what happens when you go from 1 to 3. I mean, just to start off with, when we read the advisory, we can no longer understand it, because when you say 1, I know that if it says if I have 1 and a retailer asks for 1, that I have to give it to him. But now you say 1, 2, or 3, and I have this.
Well, I think maybe you're just not stating it well. These are completely optional on your part. You do not have to give any. But if you decide to give 1 or 2 or 3, depending on what one you decide, you have to give it to everybody.
And I appreciate that, but here's the next thing, okay? First, I'm just pointing out that it becomes unclear because 1 is an indivisible number. But here's the next thing. The prices no longer work. Because what happens now is, let's say I have an item that has 6 bottles of a red and 6 bottles of a white. All right? And I have a three-case discount, and I have a one-case price, a frontline price, a 3-case discount, and a 50-case discount. Now I have the same item, where I'm selling 2 of these in my combination package at one price, and the same item, if I bought separately as a package, I have a different price. And now I have the same item on sale at 2 different prices, because I have quantity discounts at 2 different levels. That can't happen with 1, but the relationship between the item...
Well, then don't offer that product.
No, but you're...
It's very easy to avoid that.
You're saying that to me, I can avoid it by not doing it. Has nothing to do with whether or not what you're doing is consistent with the statute. The statute was written for a purpose, and in fact, this last session of both the Assembly and the Senate, this very bill, the thing that you are trying to talk about right here, was brought up before the Assembly and the Senate, and they rejected it.
That's not true.
That
was a bill containing many, many other things.
No, it was a single bill, and it only contained this. I have the bill here if you'd like to see it.
I would like to see it.
Just give me 1 second. You have to...
Mr. Dano, what's the bill number?
Give me a second, I'll give it to you. You have to slide up and down. That's just the report, but the whole bill is here. Oh,
S7609, A10407.
I just need the one.
This isn't talking about combo packs, it's talking about discounts to retailers on different sized bottles of similar liquors.
that's exactly what a combo package
Well,
is.
it's
if you
not,
make
it does
three.
not have to be that.
No, it has to be that. Well,
It can be different, it doesn't have to be different sized.
No. What, no.
I mean, this is very, very specific
Okay,
compared to what we're talking about.
No, sir. No, sir. What they're saying in that bill, is that right now, and if you look at the justification, it's the same justification that you got from the New York Package Store Association, not Package Store Association, New York Retailers Association. What they were saying there is that right now the law says that you can only assort different sizes of the same item. And they want to say that you can now have from the same supplier, which is what the advisory says, that you could assort different items from the same supplier and put them in together and then put quantity
But this is
discounts.
talking about family pricing, which is somewhat different, the way I understand it. And if you're going to argue that, then what we're doing right now should be rejected. What we're allowing to happen right now with one item should be rejected. Because if that's what you're saying, that they rejected that, they're only talking about one item there.
No, sir.
They're talking about the same, whether you can do it or can't do it. It doesn't matter how many items there are. Right?
Well, except, yes.
I mean, what you're arguing is basically saying that what is going on now should not be allowed.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I am not, and I started by saying that when we asked for the original one package, sealed and wrapped, that the courts have held that that was an item.
But isn't that what you're telling me that bill reflects?
No, here's the difference, sir. And I'm sorry that I am so obtuse. I really am.
Maybe it's me, but that's the way I read it.
Here's the thing, okay? The legislature, in its wisdom, has decided that we should not have family plan pricing. And the reason is very important, and it's especially important for New York, important for New York at this time. Supposing I have...
We don't need to get into family pricing. I'm just saying that that's the way I read that bill was related to.
It is related to family pricing.
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
No, but it is, because what you were doing is creating family pricing.
No, we're just adding another one or two items to what's already happening.
No, sir. No, sir. You're wrong, and that's my frustration, because I cannot properly communicate how destructive this one or two items is to the...
Well, was the one item destructive?
No, because...
So if this is two, how much more destructive is it going to be?
Tremendously. And if it's three, it's even more.
You haven't convinced me how.
Allow me to try, okay? When you have one, what happens is I get to introduce to a retailer an item that they otherwise might not buy to get it onto the shelf. It does very little harm because it's one item, so they get 6 bottles of a new item to try out. That's good cause shown, and was good cause shown, as a reason to step aside. But it can't create family plan discounting because it's just one item that can do this. It just is a way of getting some things for the retailer to try. If the retailer wants to then buy it, it's got to buy that item by item, like every other item. But here, what happens is you make it 3. Now what happens is they can stock their shelves with combination packages. And then what happens is, the next thing that happens is you have
we're talking about 18 bottles a month.
Sir,
maximum of 18. It could be 6.
I understand, but once you went from...
And by the way, you can offer it you can offer it or not offer it. You're not forced to do any of this.
You know, if you would say, just to move from that argument, just for a second, this you can do it or you or not do it. that argument to me, I'm sorry, is a specious argument. Because if you would say to me that if we have family plan discounting,
I don't see, you keep saying family plan. I don't see if we make this 2 items, how 12 bottles is going to be family plan.
Okay, so first, I'm trying, I appreciate very much the hot bench, sir, but you don't let me answer one question before you go to the other.
Because you keep going back to family planning, I don't agree with you that this is going to cause family plan pricing.
But give me a minute. Just give me a minute, okay? I'm losing track of which argument I'm answering at the moment. When you say, I want to, okay, sorry. When you said that, I can do it or not do it, that's the argument I'd like to address first. If you said to me, I can price any way I want and do anything I want and completely ignore the statute, you still could say I could do it or not do it. That's not an argument for anything.
No, you should be breaking the law.
Yes, and you are breaking the law if you do this. And that's the point I'm making. Saying that I can do it or not do it should not be part of this conversation, because what this conversation is about is what the law is or what this regulation ought to be, not whether or not I can do it or not do it. The fact that I don't have to do something is not relevant to whether or not it's legal. That's not a point. The point is whether or not it creates family plan discounting, which I would like to address, but I just am trying to get away from the idea of you can do it or not do it, because I can set...
Well, I mean, the point I'm making when I say that is nobody's mandating you do this. It's the same thing with
Yes, but here's the problem. You say that. Okay, so now we have these, and this is the point about New York, about why this is bad for New York in particular, and why the statute says what the statute says now. Okay, now you said right now, I have a company that makes bourbon in New York, and this company that makes bourbon in New York uses New York lime water, which is better than Kentucky lime water, which was what makes Kentucky bourbon. So I have the very best bourbon in the whole world. I have the stuff that makes Pappy Van Winkle cry. And it's a New York bourbon. And I say I want to get this bourbon into every package store in New York. But I only have this one bourbon because most New York suppliers only have 1, 2, 3, 5 products. Right? And now I have to go against all of these other suppliers who have 50, 100, 1,000 products. And all of those people are able to take those products and put them in combinations of 3. And not just one combination of 3, but as many combinations of 3 as I can think of. I can make a combination package with 1 bottle in it. I can make another combination package with 2 bottles in it. I can make another combination package with 3 bottles in it. So I can make 50 and put them out there. And I, the New York supplier, who only has 3 products, I can't compete against that because I can't get my New York bourbon into a store when somebody, with this kind of power has the ability to put in combination packages and discount below me with these combinations. And that doesn't happen with 1 very much, but it happens tremendously when you move to 2 or 3. Because when you move to 2 or 3 and you say I can do these 2 or 3 on the wholesaler level, then what happens is there is no longer any kind of distinction between an individual item and any item, because I can take an unlimited number of products, take them off my pick line, I only sell them when I want them. That's family plan discounting. That is what the legislature just rejected. This is not a small thing.
We're talking about 2 rather than 1, or 3 rather than 1. You're saying that Bacardi's going to come in here and suddenly create 50 different combo packs?
Why not?
Because there's only 3 that you can give out.
You're wrong, sir. Because if I have 1,000 products, I can make 1 combination package with 1 bottle of this and 10 bottles of this. I can make it because it's off the pick line. There's all the things that you did, not you, by the way, all the steps that were up, that I opposed before this were there for me to try to stop this step, which is the over the cliff step. This is not a little thing.
Do you have any questions for him?
You said both of these bills were defeated, correct?
They never got out of committee, sir.
Well, one moved along to rules.
One moved to rules.
And one didn't go out of the home committee. They weren't defeated by anybody. There was never a vote on them.
Yes, but when you bring up a bill and the bill doesn't move, that...
No, that's not a bill being defeated.
Okay, it's being rejected.
No, it's not being rejected, it just hasn't.
It's still
moved.
waiting. It could be moved next session.
It could be moved next session.
Believe me, we have a bunch in there that have sat there for several years.
All right, well, let me...
I understand your arguments. I don't agree with them entirely, but I'm willing to hear from Mr. Bergman now, so unless that you guys have questions for him. And if you want to respond to him, you're welcome to.
I'm just waiting to see if anybody wants to ask me a question.
No, I think I know where you stand.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nicholas Bergman with Buckman Law Firm. Chairman Bradley, Chairman Ford, nice to meet you. Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Pham. I'm here on behalf of Southern Glazers, Wine and Spirits of New York in upstate New York. And with Kevin, I'm in opposition to the change to this advisory. I would just reincorporate in my arguments what Kevin has mentioned, emphasize that the good cause nature of the exception that was made to the rule, if you will, way back when, was to try to introduce new items. It was not for the purpose of creating a new discounting structure.
Well, that's not the purpose here. I think the good cause is the same good cause.
But by default, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's what happens when you allow the one item to be replicated even once, as Kevin was alluding to, or not alluding to, as Kevin was stating. It creates a new pricing structure. It allows a different price for that introductory item that, hey, if you like this, then go ahead and order it under the regular pricing structure. No, you'll have retailers who will see this as an opportunity to get those items at a better price, at a different price.
Which is what they're doing now with the one item, just less.
And that was deemed to be good cause.
This request didn't come out of my head. They're the ones asking for this. And the reason they're asking for it is because they do want to try new things, one. And two, they do want the new things at a cheaper price. There's no question about that. Well, we did get input from them. I don't think it was written, though, did we? Written input?
I think we had one.
Go ahead. Yeah.
One or two.
You got one letter from them as far as I know. Because I did a...
Yeah, I don't know why they're not here, that's clear.
I did a FOIL...
But I didn't think this up on my own, obviously.
Nobody's suggesting that you do. I'm sorry. Let Nick finish.
Can I respond? Yeah, thank you. If I could just respond to your point, because it's a valid point. They did make that request, and they have every right to do so. But I would say that that's not the purpose and why the exception was made with the one pack. Go to the normal pricing. If you want to get a discount, there are discount levels on that.
No, I'm saying the reason they did it was to try more new things. They found it very difficult because there was only one available to them.
So in balancing that with Kevin's point about small New York State suppliers who also want to be able to get their items in, if you multiply or replicate that means of that channel, if you will, of getting more things at a better price, it will box out other smaller suppliers in our view. But leaving all that aside, it creates something that is, in my view, contrary to what the statute says. It's combining items at different prices, and the result is a de facto discrimination because those...
Your argument that you're making is doing the same thing with one item.
It's not so, sir.
I will let Kevin answer that one.
Here's the thing. I mean, and this is really the crux of the problem.
See, before you answer, the problem here is you guys are arguing against this, and every argument you're making is really an argument that says we shouldn't be doing it already because the law doesn't say it.
No.
And you guys asked for it.
Here's the difference. I mean, and it always comes down to the same thing. The statute says, good cause shown, not inconsistent with the purpose of the statute. When you have one, and you're right, sir, that when you talk about what's going on here, the idea was to introduce new products and to give the retailers a way of getting, and the wholesalers and suppliers, a way of getting a product that they've never tried before into the store for 3, 6 bottles.
And how do you, and what is their motivation for doing that?
What is whose motivation for doing that?
The retailers.
It gives the retailer a method of trying something.
Well,
without-
you've talked to the retailers. It has nothing to do with trying new things. Because what do normally the wholesalers and what do they match that new product with?
An old product that they want.
That the retailer wants.
Yes.
And as a result, they get it, that product that they want cheaper than they normally would, correct?
They get that product that they want cheaper.
So most of the motivation isn't the new product, it's to get the one they want cheaper.
Let's assume that that's true, because for many people, that is true.
All of them.
Some want to try the new product. According to the letter that you received from the New York State Retailers Association, they wanted to be able to try new products. So I'm going to take them at their word, but I'm perfectly willing to accept that your hypothesis as well. It doesn't matter to me. The idea is whether I, as a wholesaler, am trying to introduce a new product to the retailer so that the retailer can see what the consumer will feel about it, and encouraging them with some bottles of an old product, or if I, as a retailer, am looking to try a new product with a minimum of risk. When I do it with one case, I don't upset the entire pricing structure that is set forth in the legislation. I don't create family plan discounts because it's one case. It's divisible. It's not indivisible. You can't have discounts on the two items that are separate from the discounts that you have here. It doesn't, they can only get one a month. It doesn't create a major disruption. So when you come to the point where you say for good cause shown, you have the good cause being that you're introducing new products and that that gives the consumer a chance to try new products, and at the same time you give the retailer a chance to get it in and not risk its shelf space. But and when you talk about consistent with the statute, it's so small as not to offend the statute and change the pricing structure or become family plan discounting. But when you make it 2, or you make it 3, or you make it 5, then you change everything, because then, and by the way, I was afraid of this when we went to that the wholesalers could make the packs. I was against that for the same reason. So if you want to say, I'm consistent all the way through except the very first shrink wrap package. But when you do this, what you're doing is you're really creating a vehicle whereby the large suppliers have the ability to close out the small suppliers being the New York suppliers for the most part, but they're not just the New York suppliers. It could be a small supplier from Wyoming, right? But they get the ability to close out the small supplier, and they deprive, whereas the one allows consumers to try something that they might not otherwise be able to try, the many stops the consumers from getting these new products because the small people can't compete. And therein lies the problem. This is not a little thing. It's not just a little thing to allow retailers to have something. Empire. I'm just going to listen. Empire considers. I know that you have trouble believing this, but Empire considers the retailers to be their partners. They want what's good for the retailers. That's why, by the way, they oppose wine in supermarkets, because it's bad for the retailers. It's not. That's why they oppose it, not because it's bad for Empire. This, this concept, that this is bad for the retailer, it's bad for the consumers, even if the retailers think it's good for them. That's one of the problems in this industry, from my point of view.
That's what I was going to say to you when you say you think you're the retailer's partner. I believe you guys do believe that, but when you start telling them what's good for them, I think they don't believe it.
Sometimes, and by the way, I would point out to you that there are, I know of, 4 retail associations, and you got a letter from one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They clearly did not come to bat here. There's no question.
They didn't come to bat.
But we also didn't get we didn't get an objection either.
But you didn't get any support from the others. If this was such a wonderful thing for all the retailers, you would think somebody would be here in support of it.
Correct.
If it was good for somebody. I mean, that alone, I mean, you say you didn't come up with this on your own, and I'm sure you didn't, sir, but neither should you be carrying.
Most of them don't have private attorneys on retainer, though, so.
But they could come themselves, and actually, you happen to be wrong in that respect. Most of the organizations do have an attorney on retainer. I know.
So why don't we listen to are you done, Mr. Bergman, or?
I am. Thank you for allowing me to.
Okay. Can we just take 2 minutes?
Yes.
Talk to counsel. that I read this.
You're going to have to.
I know how you're reading it now, and it's not entirely the way that it's going to be, or would be. Can you explain that,
Oh,
Chris?
wait, hold on.
I'm sorry.
All right, we're back on the record.
Which is why I couldn't understand what you were talking about.
I think it's my understanding, after discussing together, that the idea is that each of these packs would be the same.
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
I think you're under, the way it's reading now, on whether we pass it or not, I think the way you're reading it now is, it's not clear that those three, if it is three, have to be exactly the same.
That may be, sir, but that's.
Is that the way you read it, or am I incorrect?
No, that's not how I read it. No. I read that.
We all thought you did.
I read it that they have to be exactly the same. What I was trying to say to you before, sir, is that because I can make them off the pick line, I, as the wholesaler, working with a large supplier, can make an unlimited number of combo packages by just price posting them. You see, in the old days, before.
How do you price post it when we're still only, it's still, you can, the items, you can sell 3 of them, but you can't make 12 of them.
But this is the idea. I mean, okay, give me a second, all right? I as the wholesaler, I go to the large supplier, Bacardi in this case, although I don't want to say anything bad about Bacardi. Maybe one day I could represent them, although Nick does, so.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Anyway, but I go to them and I say to them, look, you have 1,000 products, and I don't have to make up the combination package in advance because I'm allowed to take it off the pick line.
Right.
Because I'm allowed to take it off the pick line, all I have to do is price post it, and then anybody that orders it, I make it up to order. So if I'm making it up to order, and this is why I object.
But we're still, that combo pack still, it's only one.
Yes, but if I make one with 1 bottle and 12 bottles of and 11 bottles of something else, I make another one with 2 bottles and.
But you wouldn't be able to do that other one.
Yes, I would. I just price post it as a different combination package. Absolutely, I could. Yes, because all I have to do is say, this combination package consists of 2 and 10. This combination consists of 3 and 7. This combination consists of 5 and 5. Once I price post it, I made that combination package, and I make it up to order when everybody orders it.
That would be happening already, and it's not. Can you explain, clarify the language we're talking about?
The language about how we would want the packs to be the same.
Yes.
Yes, so we would change.
If you're clarifying that, and if you pass this, which
Well, we'd obviously have to add some language.
and I have to say, that this is the first time in approximately 40 years coming before this body that I have ever said, I am here on behalf of my client and myself. That's how passionately I feel about this.
You always say that.
No, sir. I always say I'm here on my client. I sometimes say I'm here on myself.
You have always, at least in my view, held yourself out as a protector of the statute.
I do that.
And you have indicated to me that while you do represent a client, you are certainly here representing the law as well.
I do that, and yes, I do that.
That's kind of the same thing.
All right, then I will withdraw.
Which I always was impressed with, and I remain impressed with, but it's nothing new.
I'm just telling you that I really feel that this is the one that takes you over the cliff on this and destroys the very fabric of Section 101B. It's not a little thing. If it were a little thing, Mr. Chairman, I do not like to come before you to argue something that you want to do you shouldn't do. It's just not in my best interest and not in my nature. If it's a small thing, I would come up and I would say to you, I feel that this is a mistake, but not the way I'm doing this.
Okay. I think we definitely have your opinion on this. And Ms. Bergman, anything else?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Just to say, thank you all for having patience.
No, thank you
to
for
listen to
showing
me.
up.
So are we ready to vote on this, Chair?
Yes.
One of the jobs that I've held in my life was manager of a customer care department. had several managers, and they'd all come to me with their different ideas, and I'd have to sit down and listen to what I thought was best. And I always thought I made the best decision when everybody left unhappy. So what I'm going to propose here too is a compromise here. I won't go to 3, but I would go to 2. I'd make that the cap right there.
Okay.
And that's where I am with this.
I'm going to vote for 3 with the direction that the language be cleared up, that's 3 of the same item.
And I'm assuming the same from Commissioner.
And the limit, the liter limit remains the same.
12 liters.
Correct.
Could I ask also if you do that you make it clear that it's voluntary and not mandatory? Because I don't think it
And
is.
make it clear that it's voluntary.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it can be 1, 2, 3 as long as it's,
Because again, this is just meant, yeah, that's fine.
but it's got to be up to everybody.
But I'm just saying that if I made 1 and somebody said they wanted 3, I wouldn't have to give them
No.
3.
As long as everybody can get 1, or everybody can get 2, or everybody can get 3. But you can't differentiate.
Or 0 if they're not.
Correct.
Correct.
Commissioner?
I appreciate your point and perhaps sympathize with the local producers that you're talking about. You know, they're not here right now to speak for themselves, and so it's hard for me to gauge how this actually affects them. And you could have considered calling them as a good Samaritan and told them how important this is, since you're arguing that it's so important for them and that they're going to get knocked off their shelf space.
I understand that, and I have to say that I thought of it last night, and I was too late, but I know I made that mistake.
Supposed to remain conservative, I would go to 2.
Okay, for the point of being unanimous, I'll agree with 2 as well. Thank you.
Once more, I thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
The next item, 1431, Babylon Wine and Liquor, Inc.
If I could have a second call on that,
No.
please.
Yes, you can.
1441, La Chimosa Corp. You need that one call?
No, just
1441?
1441.
This is to remove the
they've already, they've, I don't know. This is on an old case, I believe?
No, yeah, they're trying to lift a prescription.
prescription. I think that's it, right?
And I'm willing to do that. We have a letter from the Manhattan Borough President, Gail Brewer, and it's clear that they would like to lease this to another licensee, but that licensee is actually a huge departure from the type of business that was there before, so I have no problem lifting the prescription for that purpose.
Same here.
All right, I'll be back shortly. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Same. Approved.
You're set. Okay. Next item is 1433, 1434, Milk River Cafe LLC.
For the licensee Marconi and Associates by Louis Chisari. Good morning. This is a CNC of 7,500.
I'll accept.
1433.
I would ask one other question. Would you commissioners consider lifting the no music ban that was imposed when they were here in February?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. I'm not saying I never would, but one of these charges is a disorderly premise, which is what the music ban is trying to avoid.
They were pending.
Obviously, it didn't work.
That was that was pending when Your Honors imposed that sanction. This disciplinary action was already out there. Mr. Mailer had the case at that point, and you all had understood it. And in fact, I watched the transcript, and you'd said they have to maintain problem-free for at least 6 months for you to consider that. They've been problem-free for 10 months now at this point. And that's why I would just not even change.
No, I mean, we imposed that in February of this year.
Oh, that was the fine, the actual original.
Well, that's when we imposed the no music.
Okay. That's when it was imposed.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you come back at the end of the summer, I'll think about it. Actually, you don't even have to, yeah, you would have to come back. I'll take the 7,500.
I'll accept that as well.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
All right, the next item you have on your list is 1379. I've been advised by Deputy Commissioner Held that that's been withdrawn, that application.
Withdrawn?
It has been withdrawn.
Next item is 1377.
Throw it away.
World Wine Group, Inc.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not sure if we have any opposition.
Well, we do, but this is a recon, so we'll hear from you first to see if we're going to reconsider it.
Okay. At the meeting in April, it was stated that the location did not warrant another store selling the same products as the other stores in this area. Talking about 49 Christie Street. As such, the applicant intends to provide public convenience and advantage by selling only a combination of products not readily available in the area, namely Chinese baijiu, and in this category, a liquor called Mao Tai.
How many types of those products is he going to sell?
Well, there's a wide range. There are over 10,000 distilleries in China, and so there are thousands of different variations and flavors.
So he's going to focus on Chinese
baijiu and Mao Tai.
And is he going to carry other alcohol as well?
He'd like to carry 25% of New York State products.
But what about other wines and alcohol? Like, is he going to carry the popular brands as well, like Bacardi and...
No, the plan is to limit his selection to Chinese liquor.
And New York products.
New York products, correct.
Well, that is different.
Yes. The applicant can easily stock a 900 square foot store due to these reasons.
And you said how many different types of those two liquors are there?
Well, baijiu in general is the most consumed spirit in the world, with 5 billion liters sold in 2016. I have an article for your reference.
So she just indicated the numbers are limitless.
Right.
And are they going to carry other Asian liquors such as soju or sake or anything like that?
Not at this time. The applicant is the president of the Mao Tai Culture Promotion Association, and it's kind of one of his hobbies to promote the sale and promoting baijiu and Mao Tai in general. And this would be kind of a flagship store for him. That's kind of what he's thinking.
Can we enforce that?
What, don't they sell Chinese?
That's all he wants.
What? Well, we think it would be an added public convenience and advantage because of this area increasing in population as it is, and also with the
condition on the license. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll vote to reconsider based on what you've just presented. I don't know whether he's...
Yeah, I'm willing to vote to reconsider based on that too, because that is something fundamentally different than what we talked about before,
Right.
presented to us before.
Counsel, can you state your name?
Jean Sue for the applicant.
And can I ask the opposition a question?
We're going to bring them up now, so you'll be able to talk to them at length.
Okay.
So you're not voting to approve the license right now, you're just voting to reconsider the license?
I will reconsider,
Okay.
yes.
All right, now we have to hear from the opposition.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you.
My name is Howard Levine. I represent Ocean Wine and Spirit, RNS 49 Liquor Corp., Delancey Wine, Inc., Salgria Corp., Ching Kong, Inc., EL Partners, LLC, and Walker Liquor Corp. To comment on what has just been represented, Asian product is sold at all of the competitor stores, specifically the product that was just referenced by counsel.
But what he's talking about, I figured it was, since most of the stores are near this location, but how many different types of it?
A lot. There is a large variety of Asian product. I'll have.
Are any of their stores devoted to it?
Not devoted 100%, but there are large quantities of a whole batch of SKUs that are offered at each one of these stores for Asian product, and a tremendous amount of New York State product as well. When this application was originally...
I don't know if you listened. He's talking about two specific types of Chinese alcohol, not Asian product, just Chinese.
Yes, they both are, and I'll have Ocean Wine and Spirit address that.
Hi, my name is Dong Huang. I'm the owner of Ocean Wine. As he just said, it's Maotai. It's just one type of liquor from China. It's the number one popular, most high-end Chinese baijiu in the market. Now the company is only limited, very limited quantity every month. We cannot get like 10 cases, 20 cases. We probably get like 1 or 2 cases. The price was increased like 200% from the same.
But how many of those how many different brands of that alcohol do you carry?
Maotai was in one, but the Chinese baijiu, we carry the largest selection in the whole New York.
Which is how many?
I would say I have like a whole wall, I would say like about 180.
180 different SKUs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm guaranteed that we have the largest.
What store are you?
Ocean Wine Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of Chinese selections. I mean, as other stores, they all carry the same product from the Chinese baijiu. We only have 2 suppliers in New York. It's the same CNS and the.
Well, how he gets it is not really our problem. If that's what he's going to carry, he'd be limited to that. So, but I get it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
And you're saying there's only one brand of
Maotai is only one brand. It's a big company, and they are the number one public company in China right now. But they very limited. They give sending the Maotai to
I'm not
US.
following this. He just said there's only. So is that one brand?
Maotai is only one brand. Baijiu is like a southern.
It's not a type. Maotai is not a type of liquor. It's one brand.
Just like a brand name, like Bacardi.
It's the only one, and there's only one company that makes it.
Yeah, only one company makes it.
Okay. But the baijiu, there's
Baijiu could be like
hundreds of companies.
Yeah, millions of.
Okay,
brand.
thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Ocean Wine, who has 180 SKUs of this product, of these types of products, and also a devoted section to New York State wines and liquors. When we were here back in April, what happened was there were several things on the calendar. There was the application that was denied. There was also a removal application where Seaward came within a few blocks of all of the other stores in that area. Then there was also another application to move into Seaward's old location. That application was denied, this application was denied, and the removal application was granted. So since then, what's happened is there was an application for a package store at 115 Delancey, right in that same area. That was denied only about 3 weeks ago in
But
June.
everything you're talking about are typical package stores. He's indicated to us that he's not going to be typical.
These are typical package stores. However, you have to look at them in the context of the area and the population that they serve. The population has a high density of Asian individuals, and so therefore that's why there are so many Asian products that are offered. In Ocean Wine alone, there's 180 different SKUs. So the only other thing that I want to address is the fact that there was this claim made that the population is increasing. Back in April and here again in July, I've submitted documentation from the United States Census, which shows that the population is decreasing. There is a tremendous oversaturation of stores in the area, all of them that are serving these same products, and all of them who offer the public wine tasting and other educational tools. I think it would be helpful at this point if the other objectants just put their names on the record.
Sure.
Yes, my name's Wei, and I'm from, my company is RNS 49 Liquor Corp.
Is your store bulletproof?
What's that?
Is your store bulletproof?
No.
No? Okay.
This
And
license.
I'm on the licensee, though. Moved from the originally 49 Christie Street to the 92 Elizabeth Street on I think the 2016.
Okay.
So RNS left.
Yeah,
the-
but basically, I mean, what he means is by the baijiu is everybody said the same baijiu. Baijiu is kind of a wine, but very variety. Maotai is only one type of the baijiu.
Okay.
So, I mean, we all selling the same thing for Chinese product.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just the name of the store.
Oh, well, my name is Pam. I'm from the Delancey 35 S Street.
Sorry. Can you interpret for him?
That wasn't one of the four closest? 35 Vesey Street?
No, Essex Street.
Essex.
It's like a 2 block away.
Well, he's not one of the five, he's not one of the six closest.
Be like the
There are
2
like
block
11
away from
stores
there.
in that
Yeah,
area.
he is one of the 6.
So he's probably half a mile away.
No, he's 1,485 feet, according to maps.
And we have a
Well, I don't
very
get
short
what-
notice, that's why the other store didn't show up.
Okay. Who's next?
And I don't think he speaks English.
speaks
Can you,
English,
can you
yeah.
say what
What's
store
his,
he's from?
well, I'll take your word for it. What's his store?
He's from Chin Kong Inc.
And can you ask him if he
Chin
already-
Kong, 1723 East Broadway. Why didn't he give it, ask him why he didn't send any sales numbers in.
He's just worked there. The owners didn't come. The owner's on vacation right now, so.
Well, then ask the owner when you see him, because there's investigators paying him a visit shortly,
Okay, I will tell him.
if they haven't already.
This area is under 1 square mile, and there's 11 package stores within it.
Are any of them devoted 100% to Chinese, whatever this was, Baijiao?
No, not that I know of, but I can attest to the fact that most of them carry a wide range of product, and there is no shortage of it, because if there was a request for it, it would be one of the 180 SKUs in Ocean, for example.
No, it's just rare, and given whatever community we're in, that a store comes in here and wants to devote themselves just to a product that will serve that community. I mean, that would draw people into his store that are trying to shop for that.
They would draw people into his
And
store.
and it certainly should not affect them in that much, should not affect their sales that much because they're carrying everything else.
Well, where there is a large variety of these products in another store, in a populated area that has a high concentration of demand for this product, it certainly would have a significant impact.
And also, I think I'm carrying for the whole New York market, I'm carrying 90% of the Chinese product, whatever they list on the wholesalers. Yes.
And the other thing I just want to point out in closing is that none of these arguments were made back in April. This almost seems to be a new application altogether, or perhaps an afterthought.
No, he did make I don't think it was articulated well, but he did bring up the fact that he wanted to focus on Chinese products. He did not bring up the fact that he was going to focus on it 100%.
Right.
And nor did we ask him.
Right, that's new to me as well.
All right.
I just want to make reference to the population part of that. According to the research that we did, that we submitted, the population did increase. If you look at the census from 2010 in zip code 10002, there was 81,410 people. According to the New York hometown locator, the number was 85,421. So that's a 4.9% increase. And that 85,421 number was as of July of 2017. And then neighboring
What was the other number you had? 85,421 from what? 81,935.
81,410.
Okay.
And then in zip code
Okay, I got it.
And then in zip code 10013, the numbers went from 27,700 to 28,921, which was a 4.4% increase.
Okay.
Further, upon doing a further site inspection, the applicant noticed that that there were tour buses lined up and down Christie Street at all hours of the day, 7 days a week. Each tour bus carries up to 56 people, most if not all of Chinese heritage. There's a bus depot right next to the applicant's store where tourists come in to arrange their travel. These tourists would have every opportunity to stop in the store with the most Baijiu brands anywhere and can buy bottles for themselves and also for their friends and family.
So what, you put Baijiu and Maotai on here, and they're indicating that Maotai is just a brand of Baijiu.
It's a brand of Baijiu, but it's the biggest one, so.
Okay.
As they said. And we also believe that we have a unique situation for a unique applicant because he happens to be the president of the Maotai Culture Promotion Association.
What does that mean? Is that a trade group? Because
It's an organization
of the company, or is that?
Can I present pictures on if that helps?
Sure. Is that like a hobby group that he organizes?
It's just an organization dedicated to promoting Baijiu in the United States.
Registered under what? Is it a 501c3, or it's just a friendship group that's sort of an eating group? Like, what is it?
I don't want to represent a 501c3 because I don't know, but it's.
Can you ask him?
He's saying it's a charitable organization.
It's a what?
A charitable organization.
It's a charitable organization that promotes the sales of this one item.
Correct.
And it's produced by one producer in China.
No, Maotai is a type of Baijiu. Baijiu is...
Yeah, but it's one company that's making the Maotai.
Correct.
And there's...
Right.
And they have an overseas...
Correct.
Representation.
What's the name of this not-for-profit?
May I present pictures?
Sure. Does that tell me the name? Yeah. Oh, it is. So, go back to the microphone. So how is this affiliated with the company? Because this appears to be one company, so it would be like a Bacardi marketing group? Is that what it is?
That's the name of the organization. The liquor store that he wants to open is going to carry...
No, I understand that, but Maotai is a brand, correct?
Correct.
So it would be like saying say we want to take Bacardi or Jack Daniels to Russia, would we in Russia put Jack Daniels Promotional Association and make it a not-for-profit?
Well, that's what the applicant did.
Does this organization promote other types of, what is it, Baijiu?
It promotes Maotai, but...
Chinese word for white wine.
Okay, it's like, so it's their version of sake. Okay, here, do you want to see these?
Yes. We also have pictures of the tour buses that are lined up on Christie
No,
Street.
I know there's tour buses.
Okay.
So it's 100% Chinese products, or was it 25% New York products? I'm not sure.
Whatever you want it to be.
Well,
He said 25 and 75, but I think he would live with 100.
we could live with 100, yes.
But it seems like there's a limitation of how many bottles of these you can get in, so how are you going to do business?
Well, the applicant feels like he can get, because he's the president of the Maotai Association, plus he is a restaurant owner for 16 years, 88 Palace it's called, in Chinatown.
I don't understand.
He has
So
a
is
lot of-
someone gaming the system to get this products in? I don't understand.
So he's the president of a producer.
No, not a producer. He's the president of that association. However, because of his contacts within that association, he has many ways of getting Baijiu into this country.
How's that going to work? Because, I'm sorry.
No, go.
A product's supposed to be available to all retailers at the same price and the same quantity.
Let me see that picture.
Right. Baijiu is the most widely consumed spirit in the world, and my applicant wants to bring in even more. Yes, it's available to everybody in the world, but he wants to retail that exclusively.
I mean, I think it's been widely reported that the population in Chinatown, even if it were going up, is not Chinese population. And so I'm not sure of the argument that there's a public convenience to people who live there. As far as the tour buses, I mean, I can think of a lot of gamblers who are of Chinese descent that are taking those buses. And then it's, you know, the general population, they're taking the Chinatown bus down to Philly or to Boston, et cetera. So I'm not sure if you're going to do business if you sell 100% Chinese products. I know a lot of Chinese people
that's going through
are
my mind
selling,
as well.
they're drinking wine. I mean, they're like so sophisticated. I mean, I don't know that those people are looking for these products. So,
but the
Well,
market.
the applicant believes that through promotions that he can.
Well, so here's, given what she just pointed out, which was going through my mind as well. If I was to do this, there's, at least me, there's not any way he's coming back and getting the other stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
Understood.
The New York wine I probably would do at 20% and do 80% of just this Chinese alcohol. Because I think that it is unique that somebody's going to devote their store. I mean, it really would only be the only people that would be interested in this are either tourists or people that want to come find whatever brands are available of this baijiu. So I don't think that would make it either a destination or he's not going to survive. Which, if he doesn't survive, he doesn't survive. So I'll approve on that basis, but that would be 80% of Chinese baijiu and 20% New York State wines.
With the fact that he's only 400 square feet of retail,
On 900.
I thought I read 400.
Sorry if that was misrepresented.
No, but I think one's a basement. I think you're right.
Right.
Let me look.
Can we be heard on just one other point?
Sure.
From my experience so far, that a lot of Chinese people are not only drink the Chinese liquors, and also they come here to buy a bottle of Chinese liquor, and they also buy like a bottle of wine or, you know.
I mean, any talk about what the Chinese people in Chinatown are doing is kind of speculative. The bottom line is that if this business model is approved, he's either going to sink or swim with it. And if they're not buying his product, he won't sell it.
But because all the product, Chinese product he carries and I carry, we're only like about 1.5 block away.
But he's also says he's going to have a very large selection. I mean, I get our job here isn't to necessarily just to protect you. It's not any. The question is whether this is a public convenience and advantage. And in my view, if you have a store focused on this in an area that is devoted to this culture, then there is a public convenience and
But I do
advantage.
carry 90% of the Chinese product right now.
But you don't get a right to have a monopoly on that.
No, I mean all other stores carry the same stuff.
But they're not devoted to it.
But
So what I voted. The other two have to vote yet. Thank you.
Malta is
The members they're voting, please.
Okay.
And it does say only 400 square feet retail. I did look at that again.
Okay.
So, and it's only 400 square foot retail, and it's also an open floor plan too at that.
Yes.
So it's not bulletproof. So,
No.
you know, I'm going to vote to approve as well. I mean, it's a very, very small store. I believe that it will have a very minimal impact to the area. And again, he's going for a specific type of setup here. And if I'm here in a year from now, if he comes back, I would not approve any change to the method of operation.
And you're approving with those same percentages?
Yes. Yep.
I'll approve as well, 18-20.
Thank you.
I just want to add something. I would strongly advise that you spend some time with your client, because I've heard a number of things that could become incredibly risky that I normally do not hear. I normally am worried about violence and such, but there are a number of other issues that I think that have been brought up with this that I would talk to your client about, especially if he's the president of a trade association that's involved in specifically a particular area of alcohol. He's now going to be, required essentially by his license class to sell. And aiding and abetting, gifts and services, tied house issues, those are all serious enough to where one of those can be at the end of the license.
Thank you. Advised.
The next item, 1448, Jamaica Ave Entertainment, Inc.
What happened to 1431? Is that?
Well, that's coming, but Mr. Weinstein has a closing to make.
Closing it too. So Secretary was kind enough to accommodate me, and I appreciate that, Chairman and Commissioner and Council as well. Council. Yes, I represent Jamaica Avenue Entertainment, Inc., doing business as the Smoking Pie. And as the submission, the application demonstrates, this is going to be a bar tavern that serves all different types of pizza. The hours are rather modest. The hours are from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m., Monday through Sunday. The principals, the shareholders are Michael LeBoy and his wife, Natalie, that's right here to my left. And their husband and wife. There are 12 tables with 48 seats and 12 at the bar. As my letter exemplifies, I did mention Mr. LeBoy and his the past here at the SLA. We like to think that we address that. And we're asking for your approval of this license.
How did you address that?
Well,
I read your letter,
yes.
but it appears he was availing this exact location previously.
Yes, he was the manager at the previous place election.
Oh, he held himself out as the owner.
All right. We had contested that, and I would prefer not to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, we charged it, so the rabbit hole is already buried.
And it was acknowledged, and what we're asking.
That was that was a year ago.
Sure.
So what do we? I don't understand. You want me to give him or give him a license that he never had before?
And the community board is coming again.
Well, actually, to put that in context, the community board actually had, before the Public Safety Committee, and I had provided this, had actually approved his license, or said in a letter that they would approve it as long as it was beer and wine without the liquor. So we were very forthcoming about Mr. LeBoy's past with the liquor.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't know what.
I'd like to always think that there's always people can get a fresh start.
They can. I just don't know if a year later is what we're looking at. I mean, he's got a DJ booth. This place was a huge problem, not just because he was availing it, but because there was significant failure to supervise. I mean, what do we got? 26 different charges here, all of which, not all of which, but a majority of which were bad for the community. Sustained pattern of noise, focal point.
I mean,
maximum occupancy, which is clearly a noise issue. We have 3 different noise charges.
I think it would also be unfair to attribute all of that to Mr. LeBoy.
Well, he's the only one standing here.
Right. But you're attributing that to him.
Yeah, there's no doubt because he was involved in the place. I'm attributing it to everybody involved in the place.
But to hold him solely accountable for all of that,
I have to because he's the only one applying.
Right. And I'd also like to think that he learned from that experience. The hours, clearly, this business model deviates in so many ways from the predecessor.
Other than the menu, how?
Well, it closes at 1. I mean, that.
I noticed they didn't rip the DJ booth out. But they still want a DJ.
No, we don't have a DJ.
That's just for flexibility.
No, that was not. We had proposed recorded music. We wanted flexibility to a DJ, but we're not necessarily wedded to that. But this business model, it just deviates so.
No, the only thing that
significantly.
deviates is
closing at 1 and having a pizzeria, a tavern that serves pizza, which is not what Elixir was. Elixir was basically a bar, didn't serve food. And his wife is involved.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I initially applied, we didn't send an application. We wanted the approval from the community board. Initially, it was to do the same thing, and they said no. They sent us away. The full board said, "Hey, why don't you consider opening a restaurant, closing around 1?" I said, "Okay." I said, "All right, I'm open to it." I'm even open to closing earlier, but they just, they didn't. They said, "Come to you guys and propose that rather than them." So I'm even open to closing earlier than 1 just to show that it's not what it used to be, and that's not the route. That's not the route I'm trying to go.
Mrs. LeBoy, what's your background? Because it says you've been unemployed. What did you used to do?
I used to bartend since I was 18 years old.
And you're going to be working here as well?
Yes, I'll be running the club with him.
And her father's a chef,
Yeah.
so hence the
Running the
pizza
club or the
concept.
pizza parlor?
Running the club.
Running the club or running
No,
the
I'm
pizza
saying when I
parlor?
used to bartend, I used to run the club with the.
And you were a
It was my
promoter?
father.
You were a promoter too, sir?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I don't need promoters. I know how to promote whatever I'm doing. Apparently. So I mean, I'm open to all stipulations. It don't have to be 1 a.m. If you guys disagree with 1 a.m., I could do 12 across the board.
I mean,
So-
here's what I'll do, and then it's up to the other two if they want to do it. I'll go to 12, but it's got to be a restaurant wine for a year. If nothing happens in a year, and no DJ. If nothing happens in a year, then you can come back and get a full liquor.
Can I counter you real quick?
You can counter, it doesn't
I'll
matter.
try to counter you because this concept doesn't work on wine and beer, to be honest. That's why I'm even open to closing earlier if I'm granted a liquor to be able to sell liquor.
Well, it's going to have to, or it doesn't happen.
I don't know how the other
For a
guys
year.
feel.
Chairman's going to have to go to, they're advertising themselves as a bar tavern, so if you want to downgrade it, would be a TW.
Oh, I thought they were a restaurant. Okay, so TW, which would still give them the same
Yeah.
beer,
same
wine,
Beer
right.
and wine.
It makes it really difficult to go with this concept.
But it's supposed to. I mean, if you came in here clean, it would be a no-brainer, but you're not.
Yeah, because, I'm guilty by association. I wasn't solely responsible for that.
I know, but if they came in, they're going to pay for it too. I mean, it's not, you're the only one coming in.
Okay, I get it.
I'll let you stay open to one, but it's got to be a tavern one for a year.
And no DJ.
Right.
6 months.
You can have recorded music, but no DJ.
Would it be possible if we could do 10 p.m. with liquor, with no DJ, no promotions, no security?
No, I can't give you liquor.
You got the community board.
It's only been a year. I mean, if you want to come back in a year, I probably would be fine.
Let me give you a quick background on the situation because I've held the lease there since February 2016, prior to all the issues.
Well, you shouldn't. What do you mean you held the lease? You own the building?
No, I didn't. But
So you signed the lease?
I was trying to get. We signed a lease initially in February 2016. Me
And
my
that's
brother.
where all your trouble started.
No.
It is, because you shouldn't be signing the lease because we hadn't even shut it yet.
There's more to it, but I'm not. I don't.
There always
I could
is.
Talk to you all day about it.
There always is.
I mean, the bottom line is you were affiliated with a place that was a really bad place. Whether it's all your fault or not, you got to carry it for now.
What about 6 months?
So that's where I am. But both of these guys could overrule me, so it doesn't.
I'm open to all times.
Drink list, why it's so important to us that we need.
You want explain?
No, the reason why the liquor license is so important to us because of the drink list that we have. Like, we want these eclectic, specific drinks to go with the atmosphere. The pizza, the drinks are very specific that we really want to promote in the business. That's why beer and wine kind of restricts us from what we want it to be.
But it also
agree
puts a
with-
level of security in my mind that it's not going to turn into what it was before. And
It's
in a
definitely
year,
not.
if you can make sure it doesn't, then I will change this. But until then, I can't do it. This is bad, what went on here.
Chairman, we're open to even closing at 10 p.m. We'll even do it where you.
I don't know, if they close it, how are you going to close at 10?
Because we'll open.
You're asking for trouble.
No, we'll open earlier and we'll close at 10, and that's on my word. We'll be closed at 10.
No, it's going to be on your word. We're going to shut it.
So
Are you-
I'd rather take an OT and close earlier than if that hurts us. We're not going to be able to operate.
The most
The
most recent letter, can I talk for a second?
Oh, yeah.
All right. The most recent letter we have from the community board still votes to oppose you based on, it says, extensive conversations, past history, and information considered and obtained from NYPD. I don't know, tell me, what's that all about? I mean, have you talked to NYPD? Have you guys explained to the community board that you have a different method of operation you're proposing here?
We have.
Absolutely, and that's why they were receptive, the Public Safety Committee was receptive to the beer and wine. So conceptually, we went before them, they felt comfortable with us, the Public Safety Committee. We rejected that because we have a concept with the full liquor. But I think that the fact that he wants to close, is proposing at 10, I think goes to the point that this is indeed a really serving a lot of, it's pizza, right? It's a pizzeria, and then he wants to have eclectic drinks. I think it actually, as the chairman pointed out, he's asking for trouble if he closes at 10, but that's because he has a business concept that he thinks is consistent with being.
And I have every belief that he does believe that. The problem happens, and I think it happened on one of your cases a few years ago, when that business model doesn't work. And then it morphs into something where they try to do something else. And I know you believe your business model is going to work, and I truly believe that. But at the end of the day, you've got bills to pay. And that's when the trouble starts.
I would come and ask for your blessing 6 months or a year down the line for extended hours. I'll work my way up from 10 to whatever you.
I'm not worried about the extended hours. I'm worried about that there's a DJ booth, that there's.
No, but we would do it accordingly in the right way. If we wanted to change method of operation, we would come in here.
And I'm sure you have every belief in that, but the last place you were involved in didn't do that.
I wasn't the principal.
But you were involved in it.
I'm
All
actually.
right, I'll give you full liquor till 10.
That's where I was leaning to, only because
I think you're asking for trouble, but good.
My experience being here,
I will prove you wrong.
the later the night goes on, that's when really bad things happen, just about across the board. The later it is at night, that's when really bad things that happen. So if you want to take a full liquor license till 10 o'clock,
Across the board,
you
7 days a
know,
week.
So no DJ,
no DJ.
no promoters.
No promoters.
No,
Okay?
but
There's
recorded
one
music?
security guard.
Recorded music, yes.
One security guard every night.
Yes.
No live music and no dancing.
That's fine.
And food has to be served at all hours.
Of course, yes.
Yes, 5 to 10. No
Probably do-
DJ.
We'll probably amend the hours.
Could we
We're
open
just gonna-
You can open anytime you want. You can open 8 o'clock in the morning.
So we're
if you
going to
want.
open up for lunch.
No, you don't want
I
that
don't know,
opening in
she
the
may have some
morning.
other limitation or tell, well, if
Okay,
you say
yeah.
no, you're out of the box, but we will listen to other limitations.
You could say 1 too, Commissioner, you know.
I was going to vote no, but Commissioner Ford and Chairman Bradley convinced me that I'll go for the 10 p.m.
Thank you.
With all
Thank
those
you for your
restrictions?
consideration.
Yes.
With all those restrictions, yes.
With those restrictions.
She's on board with the restrictions too, Tom.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
All right, next item, 1431, we're recalling that one, Babylon Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Mr. and Mrs. Lee. Mr. Lee is the applicant. Their son, Moon Lee, is here as well. This is for a new liquor store. It's the total space is 950 square feet. It's located at 50 Cooper Street.
Let me just stop you. Is there any opposition here? Okay, we did get one letter. Go ahead.
Okay, it's located at 50 Cooper Street in Babylon. It's an shopping center with parking spaces for 50 cars. Mr. Lee has had extensive experience in the retail liquor business. He's owned and operated Augustine Wine and Liquor between 1981 and 2017.
What happened to that?
He sold it.
Why?
It was in Manhattan.
Why did he sell it?
It was in Manhattan. He wanted to be out of Manhattan and closer to home.
Does it still exist?
As far as I know, yeah, it's still being operated by, as far as you know, yeah, it's still open by whoever purchased the business. Mrs. Lee had helped in that store as well for many years, and their son was also employed there. Mr. and Mrs. Lee were managing the business, and their son.
Will they continue to have that set up?
Yes. The applicant indicates that Mr. Lee and Mrs. Lee will be the managers of the premises. And Moon Lee, their son, works under them. He's not a manager, but he's good with the computer stuff, the social media stuff, and he'll talk to that much better than I could.
So this, we already dealt with the 200-foot issue, but for the record, I'm just going to make clear that this isn't a mall or a shopping plaza that arguably the entrance to the plaza could be 200 feet, under 200 feet, but the applicant's store itself, where you would enter, is beyond 200 feet.
We have 214 feet.
Okay, and I was there and I measured it myself. I think the Liquor Authority went out and did measurements as well.
Yes.
This is going to be with regard to product type. They figure they'll be carrying approximately 900 SKUs. It's, there'll be maybe 800 square feet of retail space. It'll be an open store. There'll be, there's an office, a bathroom, back hallway area. Cutting those out, you're in the area of approximately 800 square feet. They'll be carrying 50%, a heavy emphasis on organic wines. The wine inventory, which will be 85% wine, 15% spirits. The wine inventory will be comprised at least 50% organic wines. They intend on carrying out of that wine inventory at least approximately 50 SKUs of New York State wines. The emphasis is going to be on, and again, Mr. Lee can talk to this immersive experience, the way the store is going to be set up. It's going to have kiosks. It's going to be heavily ingrained in social media experiences, information being provided, feedback being given. The inventory, wine inventory itself will be constantly rotating as to specific product types of wines that'll be in the store based on the influences of the social media and the feedback that the store is getting back from the media presence.
Are any of these other, you talk about all this social media and the kiosks and everything, does he know if any of these other stores are doing the same thing?
No, nothing. I mean, some of the stores I don't think have anything at all. My client has been to these stores. Vina, the closest store at 55 Deer Park Avenue. I mean, I don't want to get off track, but let me jump over to that for a second. That's a store that practically has nothing in it. I mean, I looked at the sales. I don't know how anyone could be alive doing $73,000 in sales.
Yeah, he's not paying rent.
I believe, and my client believes, they've been there, that next door is a restaurant. I think he has an affiliation with the restaurant. They've been in the store, the liquor store. There's practically nothing in the store. And the little that he is carrying, wine, there's no spirits at all. It's a liquor store with no spirits at all, apparently. And the wine that it is carrying, it's basically the same wines that they're carrying over at the restaurant. It's stuff that's usually not, you'll see in restaurants, but it's off-market type stuff. It's not normal stuff that you'd see in retail liquor stores or that have any kind of real consumer demand. So I don't believe that store is really serving PC&A.
I also think that the other store next to it, Ferraro's, that's the one closest to that one.
Yes.
And that one seems, since they opened up just about 2 years ago, has gone from $351 to $997. So apparently they're benefiting by the other store's lack of sales.
And Ferraro's has been around for many, many years.
They just sold it, that's all.
Yeah, Ferraro's is I believe, is a very, very old.
2016, we only have 3 months of sales, that's why it's so low.
All right, sorry.
I'm looking at, when we look at growth in the area, it's interesting to note that although the population itself is not trending up, there's a heavy trend up in number of households. So, and I think it's telling. I mean, households are getting smaller, but the number of households estimated between 2017 and 2022 is going from 35,738 to 36,375, almost an increase of about 637 households in the area. So there are increases in there. It's average income in those households is $115,000. So that bodes well. I've looked at the sales figures on the surrounding stores, and the sizes of these stores. We have putting aside this Vinnie store at 55 Deer Park. We have other stores, 1,800 square feet, 4,000 square feet, 900 square feet, 3,500 square feet, 2,000 square feet. So the last store I mentioned is doing $3 million a year. Sales, for the most part, are increasing on all the stores. I'd ask Moon Lee now to step in, if he would. I'd like him to give you a better breakdown on this.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
The family lives in that town now? Is that why they want to be in Babylon?
We used to live
And where do you live? They used to live in Babylon.
Okay. And where do you live now?
now. It's Queens.
Queens. Queens. They live in Queens, and they own the building. They own the center that they're going
In
into.
Babylon?
Yes.
I see. So they own the space?
Yes.
They own the whole shopping plaza?
Correct.
Oh, I see. And how many stores are in the shopping plaza?
9 stores.
9 stores.
9 stores with on-site parking for 50 cars.
I see. And so you've had tenants that were liquor stores that have closed. We have a letter that says this liquor store has changed 3 times ownership within 5 years.
This was a dance studio before.
Yeah, I think that guy's.
Okay, so that's.
I don't know what he's
about the
referring to.
Was there ever a liquor store at that plaza?
No.
Ever, since you've owned it? No.
Never.
No.
I can't tell you what they're talking about, Commissioner.
Oh, okay.
I just have no idea.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
there's never been a liquor store in this plaza, and they own the plaza.
Got it.
Yeah, I
So who's going to be there managing, all 3 of you?
The managers, the owner, manager, his wife, also a manager. The application indicates that each will be working as managers. There are approximately 30 hours a week. Their son will not be a manager. He'll be there. He'll be taking care of the social media aspects of the business, the computer systems, that type of thing. Mr. and Mrs. Lee have worked together at Augustine Liquors for all those years that he owned the business.
You know what this guy's talking about? He's talking about his liquor store. Changed 3 times within 5 years.
Oh, he was talking about his own store?
Yeah,
Sorry, I
'cause
read that wrong.
He just bought his in 2016.
Oh, I see. He's talking about himself, his shop store.
Do they do the property management from that location too? They have an office there?
I have no idea how they, specifically how it's run. You have an office there?
No, but from home, really, in Queens,
So you're at that location a lot anyway?
often.
Well,
Yeah.
probably not. But how far is the drive from your home to the
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
All right. If you'd like to hear from Moon Lee with regard to the social media aspects that will be
No,
installed.
well, unless they do, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
I am. All right, I'm going to vote to approve. It looks like, with the exception of that one store, Veni Veritas, which is kind of unexplainable, requires more explanation, but all the others seem to be, for the most part, increasing, holding steady. And you're on Cooper Street where you are, you're like on a one corridor, as it looks like to me, and the other stores over, your closest stores seem to me to be over more within other groups of buildings, more traffic, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, mostly based on the sales figures. They've, other than one store which has been up and down, and appears mostly up. The other stores have all consistently increased over a 4-year period, including the closest store, which their sales level is inexplicable. So I'm kind of discounting that because I don't see how they could even be open. But as I said, the other stores seem to be increasing, and he clearly has significant experience, so good luck.
I'm going to vote to approve. The applicant obviously have a long history in this business, so, and I'd like family units doing this together, so.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And a pleasure meeting you, Commissioner.
Now all we're going to see is family.
Hey.
What do you say?
You're going to go
Like
pick up
that?
kids
Why
in the
not?
street and say, they're all working in the liquor stores.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you. Good luck.
The next item is 1353, J Plus Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
and I represent J Plus Corp. This is Thomas C. He's the applicant. We were here, I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
A month ago, and the community board hadn't given you any input at all, despite our notifying them and complying with all regulations.
Yeah, they have now given us something.
Right.
But it's not really clear.
Okay, well, just so you know, my client reached out, met with Peter Koo, who is a city councilman and also one of the members of Community Board 7. Then they had a follow-up meeting yesterday with the district manager, Marilyn McAndrews, and at that point, she gave us a letter. I don't know if she sent the same
No,
letter.
do you have it?
I have it here.
We didn't receive this till 4 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah, we wouldn't have got that because it's, usually, we have a deadline of Friday, so the only reason I'm taking this.
Right, and I mean, basically, she said that they would actually support our application as long as we take care of the CO and the public assembly permit and the violations. And I've notified the Liquor Authority on many occasions. We've already started and addressed all these issues. We've removed all the violations other than the 3 remaining violations which relate to the public assembly permit, and they've already filed all the plans in order to get the CO and public assembly permit. So we've done everything we can with the community board.
Okay.
They had no objection to the, the operation or to my client himself.
What are the doors, are there doors in this? There's 17 separate rooms. What do the doors look like? Do they have windows in them?
Can we keep this, Mr.
Yes,
Fenton?
there's windows.
How big are the windows?
It's gonna be like, it's like almost like a box, because like say each door, we have to have a window that you can see in each room. So at the time when people, because each room, people be in there is eating and drinking. And
That's my concern, as long.
For each one, we will have like a window that you can see through it. So we can monitor the rooms, because we have cameras set up through in the kitchen, in the front, in the hallways, but we don't have cameras in the room. So then we have a window in each room, so when we have.
Why don't you have a camera in the room?
We could put a camera, then we have to make a note to the customer that sometimes they don't like to be monitored. So instead,
There's a reason for that.
Yeah. So we got a window in each room.
So what kind of security you're proposing? What size security staff are you proposing?
Last time when we came here on the June 13th board meeting, I had the security guard come here.
Yep.
He had an outline of the plan.
I remember that.
Two.
Because you said last, the community board didn't really give us an answer regarding a no or yes.
Yeah.
But then I met with the community board, and then I told him that we, after 10 violations, we have addressed 8 of the violations. The remaining 3 had to do with PA, which we had to wait until the project's finished. Have the final inspection when the building department comes. And I told him that throughout the years of previous tenant, when they had these violations, none of them were with safety issues, because there would be a stop order. The building department, the fire department, none of them gave a stop order. The building was fine. So she was okay. Peter Koo was okay with it, and the councilman
Koo
was okay. And then I met with district manager Marilyn.
All right, so what are your hours going to be?
The hours will be open from 1 p.m. to 4 a.m. at night. And then the security plan, I believe last time,
Yeah, last time we were here with the security and we, detailed all the security plans. I didn't bring them back today because I thought.
No,
it was
you
for
didn't.
the
No, I
community
remember.
board.
All right.
Who is Ki Tai Young?
He's my dad's friend that he gave me the loan for the money to do the renovation for the store.
What's the arrangement?
I was paying back after 6 months. Then I was paying back in installments.
Okay.
We estimate, because we took over the place in January 1st of this year. We estimate we will get the license and renovation done by July. So by then, I would start paying back the.
Are you open now without alcohol?
No. We actually been closed from January 1st to now.
It's all boarded up still until the construction is finished.
And when I talked to the community board, they had an issue with the previous tenant, which was K-Asia. And I told them that we were a new tenant, and they were okay with that, because we were working with the landlord to actively clear all the violations from the previous tenant. And so anything that's interior, we have to deal with. Anything that's exterior, the landlord is responsible for that.
All right, I'm not gonna give you 4 a.m. every day of the week. So Monday through Thursday, 2 a.m. And once again, you guys can adjust this as you want. And Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m. And you gotta have 4 security guards, 2 during the week and 4 on Friday and Saturday.
The one thing is, for all the karaoke's that in the vicinity, they all close at 4 a.m.
Well, you can come back after a while, but
You know, like-
I would like to shut all of them because they're a problem.
I know. And then the one, like, I'm going to speak for my behalf, like, the area we're doing, we're trying to do a really nice.
So if you, in 6 months, you don't have any problems, then come back and I'll certainly reconsider it. Unless these guys want to give you 4 all the way, then they can.
Would you consider for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, since
Yes,
Thursday's
yes.
kind of a weekend
Because
these
we
days?
also, for us.
So yes, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m., and also they have to have a public assembly permit
Oh,
before
yeah,
they open.
That's already listed
Okay.
in there.
Yeah.
And what were the other hours? Or they just open the
2.
rest? 2 a.m. the rest of the week?
Because like we also have like, because you should be a restaurant, so we have a full kitchen, so we.
Yeah, food has to be served all the time, even though you're just a bar.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'm okay with all those conditions as well.
Yes, same here.
And then after a while, we can come back.
Yes, in 6 months, yep. You want to go now? Well, Tom, what's the next case?
Thank you.
We've got a disciplinary matter coming up, several of them.
All right, we're going to take a half hour.
We're back on the record. It's 1:23. This is continuation of the 7-Eleven full board meeting. The next item is 1437, Links to Lounge, Inc.
How you doing? Can you put your name on the record?
Angela Burkazis.
So this is your second sale to a minor in a year, or actually a little under a year. What are you doing to stop that?
I changed over the business. I changed the security guard because he never used to take money from the people them and never check and let them come in without
I can't hear you. Can you speak? Can you pull the microphone down?
Who mic that? Yeah.
He used to take money from the people and don't check the ID. Send them under each.
Oh, you had a cover at the door and he was taking the money and not checking ID?
Yes, sir.
So do you have a licensed security guard now?
Yes, sir. Yes. And I also check the ID now. I double check, to make sure it not happen again.
All right, well, you got a pretty bad history, so it's going to be 7,000. Because it's your second, the second automatically makes it 6,000, and there's another 1,000 because you have a pretty bad history there. Unless they go higher or lower.
You just paid 10,000, what, back in February?
Yeah, I change over the business, so business drop, and already had money to.
I was okay at 6,000 because you just paid 10,000. So I'd be willing to do 6,000.
You can pick any number you want.
I wrote down 6,500
There we go.
before this, so 6,500.
All right, I'll go to 6,500.
6,500 it is.
Thank you.
Next item, 1381, 1690 Flatbush Food Corp.
Good afternoon, Joseph Balsack from Balsack and Kaufman.
All right, I'll vote to reconsider this. The bond has been restored. What's the typical fine on this, you guys, do you know?
Is it 500, Tom?
Yeah.
500.
All right, 500.
How's it paid and to whom?
Pardon me?
How do we make payment?
Well, they have to vote first.
Yeah, 500.
Yep, 500.
Thank you.
You'll get a letter in the mail, and then we need Jackie or Tom. Check,
You
certified check.
already submitted a $1,000 money order?
Correct.
All right, so we'll be returning that to you, and then you'll get a letter to send in $500.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Next item, 1380, Liminas Corp.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
My name is Petros Karamis. I'm a co-owner of Limenas Corp. It's a new restaurant in Glen Cove, New York.
Yeah, so are you the minority owner that had a felony and didn't tell us?
No, sir.
Is he off the ownership now?
He is off. I do have the minute we found out that he did have a felony, we took him off the corporation right away. I do have the repurchasing agreement. I have it with me if you want to see.
No, I don't want it, but they're going to need it if we do grant this. And you have all the minutes of the board taking him off and all the proper paperwork for that?
Everything, I have it.
Okay, well, you're going to need to send that in if we grant this. Normally, we would disapprove this, but because you're ready to open, I'll grant the reconsideration and send it back to licensing board, provided the felon is gone and you have all the proper paperwork.
Was he involved in any other parts of the application? Signed on any other documents?
He didn't even put any money. We brought him in as the chef, and we gave him a piece of the business so he can be a consultant.
He was 10% owner, right?
10% owner. He didn't put any money. I do have with me the statements from the bank and everything if you want to see that he didn't put.
No, they'll tell you what you need.
But he's still going to be the chef.
What we did with him is We did tell him he can stay with us for 6 months on a payroll to consult, help us open up, and then he can go if he wants. If he wants to stay as a chef,
He's allowed to work as
he's
a
allowed
chef,
to
correct?
work. But we explained to him, and the
be
attorney
an
will
owner.
have explained to him that he cannot be involved with the corporation
restaurant, right?
whatsoever.
This
because
is a
of
restaurant,
trust.
right?
I'm
This
sorry?
is a restaurant, right?
It's a restaurant.
So he can work there.
Okay. Yep. Fine. Yep, back to licensing.
That okay?
Good.
So,
So
I'm
we-
sorry, I need to ask something.
You'll get a letter telling you what you need,
Going to
correct?
look at everything and see what, and give you another deficiency, and
I did have the temporary approval.
Do we take that?
yeah, it deactivates as soon as we
Deactivated.
disapprove.
Well, you should, it'll take another 10 days to get that activated, right?
No, it depends on what's left on. I can activate it right now.
Okay, you'll get that activated pretty quickly.
Why I'm saying it, we're trying to open, and you know the bills are running.
Yeah, no, you'll be able, I would imagine you'll have it for this weekend, the temporary.
The reason I'm asking is because
just how
Empire
much
and
is
Southern,
there
that I can
time?
purchase liquor,
I get it.
they're closed.
Yeah, she's the one who determines it, and she's gonna be sitting here for the rest of the day, so you gotta give her time to go figure out that, and she'll probably, if it's not tomorrow, it'll be the next day.
We just conditionally, we just, yeah, we conditionally approved it, but we never got to issue it.
All
I'll
right,
have
so
them
the-
look at it.
Okay, someone will get in touch with you quickly, within the next day or so. All right?
Good enough?
Thank
All right, the
very
next item, 1442, Taqueria Santa Fe Corp.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Sandra Laya from Team CL Group, and I'm here with the applicant, Mr. Carlo Romero, the owner.
All right, so there were earlier applications of this?
Correct.
And there was a guy named Cortez who was on it? Or a woman named Cortez?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
She's no longer working with Mr. Romero or part of anything.
Did he buy her out, or?
No, she was just someone that would help him administratively with paperwork and all that stuff.
Well, one of the earlier applications, she was actually an owner.
No, she just put that on the application, and she's nothing. She's not an owner, she's not.
So she never had 40 shares of the 200
No.
shares? Did he ever read the application? Did you ever read the application before it was submitted, where she said she was an owner?
Unfortunately, he took responsibility, and he did not, trusting that.
She felt like an owner, apparently.
Well, I mean, she was his right hand in the business, and yeah.
So she's not involved in this?
Not at all, sir.
Are they related?
No, they're not related. Yeah, it was.
You've agreed to all stipulations with the community board?
We did, yeah, the board is in full, they support this application. 5 of the 5 members were in approval of this application, and yeah, he's very popular in the community. Excellent food, great prices, and
What are the hours?
we have till 11 to 11 every day.
And he's just having background music?
Yes, sir.
No dancing?
No dancing.
Okay. So, 12 all days, Jackie?
Midnight?
Yes. No DJs, no dancing, no promoters?
No, sir.
No, I know that's going to be no. No live music. I don't care when you open, but he's going to have to shut by 12 every night.
No problem.
And all the other stipulations
Correct.
imposed by the community board?
Yes.
Correct.
Commissioner Fan?
Okay with me.
Good to go?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item is 1447, El Tahor Bar and Restaurant Corp.
I didn't want to throw it away.
What's the name of this, Tom?
1447.
1447.
El Tahir.
Oh, okay.
Over.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez here for the licensee,
El Tahur Bar and Restaurant Corp. I'm here with the principal, Jesus Anzuris. This matter is here before the authority. A letter of controversion was submitted. The ALJ dismissed charges 3 and 5 for disorderly premise and possession of pepper spray. He
All right, so
sustained,
sustain 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, and dismiss 5.
That's correct.
Can someone explain to me, preferably your client, why he told the police they couldn't look at his place?
Okay, so preferably my client, or should I go ahead and address it?
You dispute it, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So let me just go say a few things first. So the main crux of the charges that were sustained is a failure to permit inspection. And so what the officer testified to is that he claimed that they were somehow prohibited from going inside. There's video in this case. ALJ Porges in his decision, he was saying that the video is not dispositive, and the reason he says it's not dispositive is because it doesn't have sound. Okay, but the main allegation made by the police officer was that he wasn't let in. But that's just completely contradicted in several ways by the video. So for example, and as I provided in the letter of controversion, there's 2 instances where the head of security, which is the person they said blocked him, he moved to the side twice. He stepped to the side
Yeah, but
twice.
you said, well, I'm not going to get into facts with you, but the bottom line is we don't know what that security guard was saying. And if that security guard says you're not allowed in, the police are probably going to listen to him.
Okay, there's more. If I'm standing in front of the door and there's a police officer wants to come in this video, you would normally see some kind of hand gesture or some kind of body language indicating an intent to stop someone from coming
You're
in.
speculating. We're not getting into the facts of the case. The bottom line is that the judge found the testimony credible. And that failure to permit inspection, they generally don't make that up in my experience. And I don't know, what would be their motivation for making it up here?
This is a letter of controversion, and so I'm allowed to contest the findings.
And I read it, and I'm not going to get into the facts of the case with you, but I would like to know what would be the police motivation for making up that charge when they had all these other ones?
Well, the other ones were dismissed.
No, I'm talking about the time they wrote them up. Why would they make up the fact that he wouldn't let us in the bar?
This is nothing new here. We're in the 72nd precinct. We've had 2 cases.
Does he have problems with the police? Because I don't see that he does.
The police, apparently this particular precinct has, I guess, claimed that this establishment is some kind of a focal point, even though every single charge has been dismissed at the SLA. So we've had 2 cases, and I don't know the number of charges.
There's other charges here that weren't dismissed that you're ignoring. The failure to supervise was not dismissed.
Right, and so
that's about as serious as it gets.
Okay, so let's discuss the failure to supervise. Then.
No, I'm
What
not
is it
getting
based
into the
on?
facts of it. I'm talking about you're blaming the police for his activity. This was all litigated in front of an ALJ. The ALJ found them credible. Maybe they're not. If you believe that they're not, then take it to the next level. My point is, the stuff that he's being accused of is much more serious than they're leading on. And while the disorderly premise, they did not sustain that, the events that happened still happened. They just said that it was spontaneous, which is also a problem, because that's the first step to a focal point.
Okay, let me just address a couple things. In terms of the failure to supervise, that's only based on the sustaining of the first charge, which is failure to permit an inspection. It's based on nothing else. My understanding is that for a failure to exercise adequate supervision to be sustained, there would need to be more than one thing. There would need to be more than one sustained charge regarding supervision that was sustained. And here there's only the first one.
I think you can have one instance of failure to supervise. Yeah, you don't need to have a repeated.
Well, one instance of a sustained charge. One instance of a sustained charge should not be leading to a failure to exercise adequate supervision. You
have a case law to back that up?
I mean, I've never come across a case where there's been failure to exercise adequate supervision based on one charge.
I have found plenty where that's the case, and I think that given what's alleged to have occurred here and what the police testified to, which is they attribute his failure to permit inspection to the fact that the person that committed the assault got away.
How could there be a failure to exercise supervision if he was there interacting with the police the whole time?
Because his employee either was not instructed properly or didn't behave properly, one or the other. Well, they didn't behave properly no matter what the case, but he may have not instructed them properly, and he's either not supervising them right or training them right. So I was at cancel and bond. I'm going to see where you guys are.
I'm sorry. We offered $7,500. I don't. This does not rise to the level of
The most serious thing to me, the most serious thing to me in this, and I've said it multiple times here, is when the police come to your establishment, if you do anything to indicate they are not allowed in, there's a huge problem there. And that is a huge problem to me. It may not be as big to them as it is to me.
I would urge you guys to watch the video. Okay.
I'm not. You can take this to the next level. That's what a judge's job is. And if a judge tells me I'm wrong, I listen to them.
This establishment, the only disciplinary history it's had is one charge of posting an occupancy sign for which was resolved for a CNC of 500. They have no other.
That is very
This
true.
is their first case before. So I just that reaction was extremely strong for this case, and so I'm asking
because the behavior to me is unacceptable.
But it's also highly,
and it indicates to me someone who shouldn't have a license.
Yeah, but the video speaks volumes on this.
We're not discussing the video. It's not in front of me. I'm not going to look at it.
They've had 2 cases where all the charges were dismissed.
I voted. You ready?
I'm willing to accept your $7,500. I'm with the chairman too, to not allow the police or SLA officers to inspect your premises that's pretty bad to me too. You should just say whenever they come to the door, yes.
Do we have anything pending here?
No, I do not have anything.
Can we talk for a second?
All right.
To council?
The license.
No, we're voting.
I'll take 7,500.
Okay, 7,500.
Thank you.
Next?
You all good to that?
Yeah, yep.
Yes.
No, I'm still at cancel and
you're still
bond, but
at
whatever.
So we have 2 for 7,500 and.
Yes.
The next item is 1427. It's from the 1353 Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Chair. Hi, this is Miguel Acosta. I'm representing Annie Guerrero, applicant for 1353 Restaurant Corp.
What has she been doing for the last 2.5 years?
She's currently unemployed.
No, I get that.
Well, she's just been laying around.
And what did she do? Does she know the prior licensee?
No, she met him actually at the closing.
So she hasn't worked in 2.5 years. Where'd the 44,000 come from?
Well, it came from, was it a lawsuit?
My children's dad died in the World Trade Center.
So you inherited it
Yes.
17 years ago?
Yeah, and I still have 10 CDs frozen.
You have a pretty significant adverse history at your former location. Super Sonido?
Yes.
Why should we believe this place is going to run differently than that?
The layout is completely different from Super Sonido La Aguila. And in that establishment, I never got disorderly, I never got underage drinking, I never did after-hour consumption, I never got any of those kind of violations.
You did have a disorderly. What are you talking about?
No, that disorderly ticket that we got, the current captain that's there now, I had gone over the whole history of that space because I was interested in it again. They're renting it out. So that disorderly, I know that I paid the fine for it, but they told me that it wasn't a disorderly that would come to State Liquor Authority. So that's why I didn't know until I went last week.
Well, you knew it when you just told me you didn't have any.
No, I didn't have any disorderly for the SLA. I had what I thought was a disorderly from the precinct. You understand what I'm saying?
But
I didn't think it was on file on my liquor license.
And what was the non-bona fide? So that you also owed El Nido de la Aguila?
El Nido de la Águila, yes.
And we canceled that license?
I surrendered my license.
Well, we canceled it. You might have surrendered it, but we canceled it after you surrendered it and took your bond.
And that I didn't know either because I mailed it in.
Well, you probably wouldn't know that.
Does the, has the community board been notified of this request coming up again?
Yes.
Yes.
She met with the community board, met with the precinct. Basically, what she's trying to do here is reactivate, her life again. This is an opportunity that came up to her. I presented the opportunity to her in my office as an accountant. The person that had previously applied for this corporation had been denied due to lack of experience or
Yeah, but you went and found, I got to be honest with you, you found somebody, we put a name stop on her, which doesn't happen a lot, meaning that anything she applied for had to come to this board because of her previous behavior.
Oh, we weren't aware of that.
Well, there was no reason she would be, but
My understanding, your establishment that you just described, it was 213-219 Sherman Avenue. Does that sound like the right address?
Yeah.
And you threw in the license, which eventually became a cancellation, but you were evicted by the marshals from that place. Is that correct?
The reason why I was evicted is because it was a back and forth with the landlord. I put a lot of money in there. My equipment was brand new. There was no flexibility with him. So I said, you have a large deposit. Let's just change in for the deposit. You keep the deposit. It was over $40,000 in deposit. I had canceled 2 of my CDs to open that business, and there was no flexibility with him. I used to close at 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. It was a full-fledged restaurant, and he was still not flexible.
Okay.
what's the VIP area for? Who's that for? In a restaurant?
Well, that's the way it's listed. The way the business was established, it was basically, has a mezzanine based on the pictures that I saw, and it has certain areas. So it's not actually like a VIP, it's basically the description of it. It was set up by the previous licensee as a VIP section. The previous licensee lost his liquor license, and the establishment stayed with all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and the same structure. So basically, what she's doing is change of face and upgrading certain furniture and things that need to be repaired, and not too much to do in the establishment.
Were you charging people to go up there extra or something? Other than
No,
it's a
no.
mezzanine, what's
No,
so
no, there's no extra,
important about it?
there's no extra charge. It's just a description, and mainly in most of these establishments that segregate an area to sit, I guess, more than a normal table, they'll describe it as a VIP section, like for.
So she's going to have tables up there? It's
Yeah,
going to be
it's
seated?
part of the seating, yeah.
How many
everything
tables
is
are gonna be up there?
This business is gonna operate as a full-fledged restaurant. There's gonna be no type of entertainment. The reason that there's a request to have security guard is due to the fact that there's additional locations that close pretty late in the neighborhood, and basically she wants to protect the establishment from any disorderly or any patrons that are already intoxicated visiting the establishment and creating a problem.
Does she know Angel Tejada?
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Yes, I know him. We used to go to the community board meetings because he had a business in the Bronx also.
Where is he now?
I think he's in Manhattan in Cantina Restaurant. I think he owns a restaurant in Manhattan right now.
So he's not involved in this?
He's not in the Bronx anymore.
He's not involved in this, though?
He's not involved.
Your photos do show the mezzanine to look like really just a raised eating area up about 5 or 6 steps or something like that. It's not really that big.
And that's the only space that has, the sofas are upholstered all the way to the ceiling, so that's why they named it that way.
What are the hours?
Yeah, you can talk.
We were thinking that we're gonna open from 5 to 2 during the week, and Fridays and Saturdays, we can open a little later so we can provide food there's a bar tavern across the street, there's a couple businesses that open till 4, and we can provide food a little bit later.
So you're going to have your kitchen open till 4?
No, we can serve food a little bit later, but we're gonna close at 4 for liquor purposes.
So you're going to have your kitchen open past 4?
No, we're
I'm not
gonna
following you.
We're gonna have, there's places that are open till 4.
I get
So
that.
if we stay open till 4, I can extend, the kitchen will close between 1:30. I can extend it till 2 o'clock, 2:30, and then I can close at 4.
I would just note that if the members are inclined to grant this license, given the history of both the applicant as well as the history of the location, that some restrictions be placed on this license.
Like? I mean,
Hours and
do I
keep-
generally put restrictions
No, I
on
know,
these?
but I mean, and it's not that I don't believe people should have another chance. I don't mean that at all. On the contrary, it's more just, your history is not good, but, okay, but also this location.
Yeah. Ms. Guerrero's willing to be flexible with whatever, she's willing to work with whatever is offered.
Well, you got to have food all the hours.
No,
so-
that's why it's indicated on the application, there's going to be food available all hours of operation.
Yeah, and I don't think 4 o'clock's not going to be an issue for her because we're not going to go there.
Can you clarify, Mr. Acosta, your involvement in this? You said that you're a broker?
I'm an accountant.
You're an
So,
accountant?
yeah, we've been in business, I work with my dad, we've been in business for 35 years. I have a lot of clients walking in and out my office, people, I have about 300 clients that, between grocery stores, restaurants, liquor stores. So basically, Mr. Lewis, the person who sold the stocks to her, he had formed a corporation in my establishment. He had another representative come front of the liquor authority. His license was disapproved. He was backed up in rent. He mentioned that to me. I knew Ms. Guerrero, and I explained that to her. I put him in contact. They were able to negotiate the lease assignment, and she was able to pay, as you can see, the landlord with the certified check that was provided with the application. So basically, I just have a relationship with a lot of business owners in my area.
Okay. But you're not part of the business?
Oh, no, I'm not.
All right.
I would go for hours, excuse me, just to 2 o'clock for now.
Straight through.
You're welcome to come back in a year and let's see how things are going. But
Well, before you get going, I'll go till 1 during the week and 2 on the weekends.
What do you think? She doesn't have a problem with that.
And we'll make the weekends Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, what else?
I think you should have at least 1 security during the week, 2 security on weekends.
That's basically what she
That's what I was gonna
suggested.
do.
No DJs?
No DJ.
No promoters?
Nothing.
None of the usual suspects?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. we can pile
All
on
right, so
front.
I'll agree to those hours. No live music, no DJs, no promoters. Food has to be available at all times that you're open. You said 2 security guards Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and 1 the other days.
Yes.
Licensed security guards, because it appears you had a problem with that before.
I'll vote yes with those conditions.
I'm not done yet, though. Hold on. You have to, you realize you have to buy all your alcohol from wholesalers?
Yes.
You clearly had an issue with that.
I wasn't here, and when I came to do the hearing, I explained to them that the security guard that was in charge of making sure that the employees got there, he had no idea, and that's what he did. I wasn't here.
So the previous owner was a focal point for police attention. If that starts again, it's going to be a short life.
Yes, understood.
All right, under those conditions then.
We're all set then?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 1375, TGI Fridays NY LLC and Friday Nights LLC. Okay. How about,
1375.
Well, we can do this anyway. This is a letter of warning. I accept.
I accept.
I accept as well.
okay, 1378, Silk Hookah Lounge LLC.
Good afternoon, Lee Jacobs from Helbron and Levy. My first time appearing before the board, and I wish it was under different circumstances, as I can explain as to why we're here for the reconsideration.
Well, you're going to appear here on,
Behalf of the client.
no, but circumstances similar to these for the rest of your time with Levy, so I don't know what you're going to apologize for.
So where it's coming to is that there was a miscommunication between my client and me and my client as to when the funds would be due certified to the State Liquor Authority. There was an error in
I'm going to
calendaring.
save your breath. I'll accept the check and grant the reconsideration.
Thank you.
Same here.
Same.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all again in the future.
Yes. Good
You may
luck.
not- You may not say that again, but we'll take it anyway. Right?
1452, El Patio Bar and Restaurant Corp. Okay, we're doing well. How about 1422, Gateway Beer Garden, Inc.
Afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
What happened?
This was, the check arrived the day the cancellation order went into effect. The license had been picked up at 8:30. I think when we called up the secretary, it was probably noon, and they had the check, but since, they said.
Well, I can't wait that long. We have to send
Well, I
people
told
out
them
to
on
get the
Friday
licenses.
To UPS it. On Thursday, I told them to UPS it, and they.
All right, I'll grant the recon and take the check.
Thank you.
Agree.
Same here.
The next item is 1440, Restaurant De La Mora, Inc. Is that yours, Tim?
This is mine. I have the fax confirmation. I attached it. I don't know why
Yeah,
it's defaulted.
I'll grant the recon, send it back.
Okay, that's it.
Back to council.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
We got to think about,
Got a lot
do
of.
we still only take faxes and hard mail?
Uh-huh.
Do we think about email?
There could be even more problems with emails bouncing back and forth.
More
It's
than the
something that we
fax
could
going
certainly
back?
think through. Yeah. It's something we can definitely talk through and think through, but I think that's been the policy for a while, right?
No, it's forever.
No.
Well, it's never email. Email
was always not okay.
No, we took email pleas all the time.
Well, I'm more turning. He's not doing a please. Call the next number anyway. I'm just.
1435, 619 Bar and Restaurant, El Salvador Corp.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Welcome.
I'll accept.
Okay, thank you.
I'll accept.
I was even I was even willing to go with dismiss, but I'll take the letter of
I'll take a dismiss.
Too late, you already got two
accepts.
Well, just so you know, there's no camera.
We have to move on, sorry.
1407, 1408, PBT Latin Foods LLC.
La Gloria. My name's Aurelia Tavares. I'm the representative for La Gloria.
All right, so sustain 1, sustain 2, withdraw 3, withdraw 4, sustain number 1 in the second proceeding. Go ahead.
Just, I actually did some research here on the New York City local law 113, which is the city noise control code, and I brought you some readouts from the city. There's no 311 calls in this area.
Sure, but that doesn't change anything.
Well, this is all categories, and then this.
So you're going to tell me that the noise wasn't occurring?
Well, no, quality of life, and then this is the noise.
Okay, you can go back. The 311 is irrelevant.
Well, I just wanted to.
This went to hearing.
It went to hearing, and this says disorderly premise noise. There was no disorderly there. There was noise above there was noise at 45, not above. We had an ECB.
See, where you want to go with this is tell me what you're doing to stop the noise,
Yes,
not
I
tell me
have
there
the-
wasn't noise.
No, but I have also, we have the remedial measures taken. There is going to be sound absorbing foam and panels installed. We can provide that to the members of the authority after the hearing. There's going to be a sound governor so that the noise does not exceed the 45 decibels that the noise control code regulates for commercial establishments. And also, they're going to be closing the rear windows and doors by midnight. So in other words,
Well, how
so that
about this?
sound doesn't
How about this? Jackie, what is our music situation?
On this one, hold on.
Because this is ridiculous. You have 3 separate dates of noise over a 6-month period.
3 was dismissed, and these are 2, and I would add.
Disorderly premise was also noise, and that wasn't dismissed. So that's the 3rd one.
Recorded.
It's just recorded music?
That's why we're putting in a sound governor.
All right, so their windows have to be shut at all times.
It's very hot, Chairman Bradley.
We get AC, I don't know what to tell you. And everything else you mentioned you have to do as far as the soundproofing, and what was the other thing you did?
We're soundproofing, and we're installing a sound governor, so we don't go over.
But we need some type of evidence that you did that.
Okay, I can get that for you. And Chairman Bradley, can I ask that it be shut at midnight?
No, that's why the people are hearing it, because everything's open.
But the people that are hearing it, we had an ECB, the ECB, the city, the Environmental Control Board, who dismissed the ticket because it's not true.
It happens all the time. It doesn't have any effect on us. This is the police coming. The police don't just show up unless they've got some level of issue with the noise. They showed up on 3 different dates, and they established that there was noise.
There's 20 businesses right there.
Well, they picked yours.
But my
So I'm
question,
at 9,000 with all that stuff done.
I would ask for a lesser fine. She has no adverse
Why
history.
don't
with
you let
liquor
the other
authority.
members
Oh,
be heard?
because we have no adverse history with the liquor authority.
why
I
don't
just
you let
asked
the-
you to be quiet.
Let the other members be heard.
Sure.
I would go with 9,000, but I would let the windows be open, but closed by like 8 o'clock.
Okay.
9,000, but you gotta close them by 8 o'clock.
9,000, 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
And the proof of soundproofing and the sound limiter?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I just want to mention one more time, we have no adverse history with the liquor
Okay,
authority.
they know that we have more items, okay?
It wasn't one noise complaint, it was 3.
1451, Cajun NY LLC.
That's just closing out the gang activity at that location on 116th Street and wrapping that up.
Cancel for the record. I'll accept.
Yeah, hands for the record.
Good with that, Commissioner Fan? Yep, okay. Next item, 1390 and 91, Stadium Pizza Bar Restaurant, Inc.
Aurelia Tavares with the owner, Tanya, from Stadium Pizza.
I just want to.
What's her issue with not having the books and records on premises?
Well, she has.
She got a ticket in 11/15 of 2016, which to me would mean they should be in there the next day. In April of this year, she still didn't have them.
She's addressing that issue, and she will have them going forward. Now, they can do an inspection
It's not addressed
today.
yet?
It's been addressed. That's what I'm
They're
saying.
there right now. If my guys go in there right now, they're there.
They'll find books and records. We sat down with the accountant to set up books and records, rosters. She didn't even know she had to do all of this.
So
because
she's not keeping books and records?
She was keeping them, but not to the satisfaction of the police officer that came to the location. Additionally, I would add that the SLA, the book, the manual, does not tell you how to keep a book and record to the satisfaction of the police department. We are asking that more detail be placed in guidance, because you're not giving us a course to train people so that we can so that there's uniformity in application.
Listen, you bring this up all the time here and in other places. This is a regulatory agency. This isn't Restaurant College. We give as much guidance as we can. We're not coming out and train people how to run businesses. One, we don't have the money or the people to do it. If she's smart enough to get you to represent her or anyone else, then you perhaps could train her.
I am.
Mr. Tavares, just, it might be helpful, it says records of all transactions. So I'm not sure how much more guidance you would need.
Well, when we get the fine, it says books and records, it says, and then there's a whole list of things that might be helpful in the
Well,
guidance.
there's also a book called the Law Book that has the statutes in it that tells what they're supposed to be. Yeah, but she hired you. Can you read that?
Now, I just came into the picture in the last month.
I mean,
to
it's
sit with
not,
the
this is
accountant.
not what this
Even the
agency's
accountant.
job is to train people to run businesses. I wish we were, but we'd have to be triple the size.
I understand. I also have
And I'm countering at 7,500 because,
Well, we also got an A rating.
Could you
with the health-
let the members?
because it's just, I don't know why it would take 6 months to figure out that there has to be some evidence of what she's buying and selling, and she
It's
has
a
none.
pizzeria, Chairman Bradley. I would ask that if I.
Mr. Tavares, would you please let them finish?
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You know, the problem is like the same charges, it's like didn't learn anything or no one told her anything, so I'm going to stick with 7,500 as well.
Which you can accept or not. That's a counteroffer
If-
after
if-
she goes.
I'll take 45.
Okay, 75.
So you'll get a letter in the mail.
Thank you.
Next item, 1443, Dover Coral House, Inc.
14 what, Tom?
1443. We're going to take an hour break now since it's Mr. Palillo coming up.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo,
Yes, it is.
and I am standing before you on a case that went to hearing and was ruled in the authorities' favor. I just need to point out for the record, this premises is a mainstay in Long Island. It's monstrous. It is a huge warren of a place. When we originally purchased the premises, it was an ongoing premises owned by the landlord. The landlord was extraordinarily secretive, refused to let us go through the place and prepare our own plans. He was convinced that his staff and his customers would be convinced that he was selling the premises. So we relied upon the plans that the landlord provided. In addition to that, there was, in my opinion, no substantial alteration.
Well, I mean, no, I have here that I've mitigated it simply because it's not, and all of the alterations were not inconsistent with the method of operation, so.
In addition to that, you have a licensee principal who's currently licensed at, I think, 30 locations.
30.
30, without a single disciplinary charge, to the
All right,
best,
so
since I've represented him.
Sustain 1 and 2, 4,000.
Further pointed out, the handbook says the licensee may need to notify the SLA.
Did you fix that with us, by the way?
I filed the notification with the community board. There is a very, very heavy lawsuit that's involved all around this. And
Oh, with the landlord.
Right, so I've got to make my moves. I will.
Well, that doesn't need to come back here, Jackie, for the, if he ever does, when he does file.
I will. I've notified the town. 30 days are in. I just have to work it out so I don't prejudice my client in the lawsuit.
Okay.
Would you say 4,500, Chairman?
4. But we can go to 45, whatever you want.
You're shaking your head, so.
What the heck? And I put on a new tie.
I don't like it.
You don't like this tie?
Not that shirt.
No.
I'll go with 4.
4.
Thank you.
Next item, 1417 Gray Lady East LLC.
Another case that I have lost.
Well, you've had your run up
Can't
here.
be a streak.
We've given you 3 dismissals in a day before.
Giving me a streak here. In this particular matter, security refused the guy admittance, sent him on his way. The guy found his way around to a closed back door and got into the premises. We believe that the security guard took the proper protocol and proper procedures. However, I acknowledge that the guy did get in when he shouldn't have.
50, go ahead.
I was going to say $1,000.
Okay.
And next time, lock the back door.
He saved you 500.
1,000 is good.
Thank you.
Next item, 1394 Dream Team Partners LLC.
Appearing on this matter on behalf of Mr. McCallum. I
Are
understand
they
there's
all
an
on
offer.
vacation? You're here for a Flynn matter, you're here for McCollum? What-
Actually, it's kind of a hazing thing. When you lose 2 cases in a row, you get to be the guy who cleans up all the other stuff.
I don't think Flynn has won one in years, has he?
I hope he's not watching.
Marty should be
Oh,
there all
I'm
the
sure
time.
he is. I hope he's not watching.
Poor Terry.
It's not, you don't like to hear this stuff when you sit on the beach.
I'll accept.
I would say.
This is rice and beans, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Letter of warning.
Yes, it's 2010, yeah, letter of warning.
Next item, 1453A Turtle Bay Tavern Corp.
Who's Logan Grossman?
Intern.
Oh. What's the number, Tom, again?
1453A, the item I gave you this morning.
Yeah, I got it.
Frank Palillo appearing on behalf of Terrence Flynn. I understand that there's an offer and compromise, $30,000.
Yeah, that was a little low for me.
And I note that the premises has been closed for, I think, over a month at this point.
I know, but,
Very heavy
and I'm,
tenant.
the only, I was around living here when this place opened. I used to go to it when in my late 20s, quite regularly, because I lived in the neighborhood, and it was nothing like this. I don't know what the heck happened here, but it's getting crazy.
Just if I could note for the record, although the 1 month seems like not a lot to you with the rent on this premises and everything else involved, that 1 month is huge.
No, I know it cost them money, but it almost cost 2 people their lives.
Yeah, it's also huge to have 4 people stabbed.
In two separate occasions, right?
I mean,
I'll go, one, I'm taking his word for it, or is he going to provide us with something that shows that they've changed the security situation?
Consider me an empty suit on this one, sir, and what you tell me to do, I will do.
That's do you really want me to
It's easy.
respond?
I lost 2 cases.
You got a letter
I think Mr. Flynn, because there was some issue about the transmission of the offer, his plea does say it was attached to it, so it may be that it's still being scanned in or something.
I can't, what's the number again, Tom? I pulled the wrong one.
1453A.
Oh,
The
A,
window
okay.
stamping.
There it is.
You know,
No, it's attached. I saw it earlier this morning. Oh, but so he sent in a security plan, a security contract, proof of insurance, security company.
That's not in the system
Right,
yet,
but
but.
Right, but you got it. I mean, you guys
it's
have it, I
possible
assume.
we have it. If that's,
I knew that.
All right, 40. And he's open this weekend.
if it's
40,000.
well, it has to be paid first, right?
Yeah.
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 So it's, Chairman, it's 40 regardless, and he opens up regardless if it's paid by the weekend?
No,
or-
no, it's got to be paid.
So the summary suspension is lifted once the payment is made?
Yeah.
And clears.
And, right. Well, no.
No, I know.
I mean, I know this guy, see, the biggest problem here is I know he owns a number of places, and the other places aren't like this. So I don't know what is going on here, and I know you don't either, but that's my biggest concern is if this continues to happen, because he clearly has had a bad 2 years, he's done.
Knowing Mr. Flynn, I'm sure he's going to drive that home.
I think he probably already did.
40,000, I think he'll.
And he may lose all the other ones, because if somebody else gets stabbed in this place, you're looking at revoke.
I mean, you don't have to officially accept it right now because he can call us up and say.
Oh, he wants to be open tomorrow night.
No, I mean, Mr. Flynn can advise us.
Well, let's see what the other guys are doing.
You know, my concern isn't so much for the money. My concern is more the fact that people are getting stabbed at this place and we shut it down because of that. You know, we got a letter from this, Keith Powers from City Council, who, all intents and purposes, wants the place shut down. And we have a letter from the, an email from the police.
Oh, right, I didn't even bring that up. They do have stipulations that's going to have to be part of this if they do agree to it.
Yeah.
You want to hear? This is, the police department has some stuff they'd like to see done, and we're going to make sure that it's part of whatever settlement comes in here.
You can have, is that your copy? You can have this copy if you want. Here, that's for you.
Friendship's not working out.
You'll get over it.
Perhaps this new security company will do better at this. An ID scanner was used at the door, but only until approximately about 21:30, which was like, what, 9:30? Yeah. Staff member indicated also that regulars are often not required to use the ID scanner. Looks like they have a poor camera system. That's going to have to be upgraded.
Is this included in Mr. Flynn's submission?
No.
No.
We just got this today.
Well,
I meant the submission about the security plan.
we're not sure. We don't have it in front of you.
But I would, you know, I don't think that if you hired a new security guard company, that any of these obligations are beyond what they could do.
No. Like, use the camera system. Pat down people, I mean.
Well, I mean, the other thing that was concerning was that whoever was the security group last time refused to even try to identify who the stabbers were. And this is on the Upper East Side or Midtown East Side. This isn't, you know, this isn't expected.
Do we flag security companies ever? I mean, ones that do a really bad job like this one apparently does. Is that ever anything that we ever put in our system?
I don't know, and I don't even know if they had a company. He could have been doing it himself.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'll accept the $40,000.
Well, it's not, it's a counter.
A counter. I'm agreeing with the chairman's counter of 40,000. Plus, like I said, the improved surveillance system. And I would say if he came back before me one more time while I'm here, then I would vote to take the license away.
For the same type of
Yes.
concern.
Well, people getting stabbed.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, let's go below that. It doesn't have to be stabbing, but it would be violence,
It's not
yes.
gonna be warning signs, that's all.
No,
Disorderly.
books and records would not be a problem.
I agree. Okay.
So, Tom, those three things in the police thing, those are mandatory.
Could you just, I'm sorry, but
Read them.
just so that I can,
So, the ID scanner has to be used at all times. They stopped using it when these events occurred. They stopped using it at 21:30 hours, and they regularly let their regulars in without using it. They have a camera system, but not one that is high quality, so update the camera system and cover a larger area, and they need to do a pat-down of patrons entering the bar.
totally reasonable. Just from the empty suit's opinion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Next item, 1444 and 1445, Dyckman Billiards Cafe, Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. Argelio Rodriguez for Dyckman Billiards Cafe. This is a beer wine license, which has no prior disciplinary history. This is the licensee's first case before the authority. In terms of
You got
addressing
all
sound,
the top guys today, didn't you?
it happens.
All right, sustain 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, 6, 7, dismiss 8, sustain 9, sustain number 1 in the second proceeding, and dismiss number 2.
As far as addressing the noise, the licensee, since I've stepped in, has kept the music at a low volume. it has instituted a policy where if there's music on, the windows are shut, and has kept the two doors into the establishment closed at all times.
What's their music situation now, Jackie? Do they have a DJ?
I will look it up.
I would be surprised if they have a DJ. It's more of a billiards place.
Awesome. Bar Tavern Jukebox recorded music. That's all I see on it.
Okay. I mean, guy was open 5 months and all this happened.
Yeah, I'm asking for leniency. I've stepped in and I've sat him down, and we've come up with a plan to address these issues, and he's agreed to it, and he's assured me at least that he's going
Is
to...
this mostly a billiard hall?
Yes.
So what are they...
And it's a beer wine license. I mean, it's... The 34th precinct has been very tough on this entire two block
and
area.
it's not just them. There's not a street I hear more about,
Absolutely.
other than the Lower East Side, than Dykeman.
Right, and the wrath has affected everyone.
But they shouldn't have to waste the resources on this stuff. It's insane. I don't know why a pool hall would have music so loud that the rest of the neighborhood has to hear it.
Can I object to charge 8 being dismissed?
You can.
Which is the one about the trafficking of use of marijuana, because the licensee's son admitted it. The licensee's son, whose name he did not recall, admitted to smoking marijuana in the office.
Chris?
But he didn't say what
I
his
don't
name
recall
was.
seeing that, but that doesn't mean that it's not there.
It's in the
It's in
beginning.
the findings of fact. Page
I'll
5.
leave it the way it is. We'll see what Commissioner Fan does. If she votes to sustain it, we'll sustain it.
So if you want to overturn that, that's enough.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Ford on that one.
So sustain 8. Do you want me to go through them again, Tom?
I'm sorry, if I can address that then? There was no summons issued,
You don't need a
which I
summons
find
to
very
finish.
unusual. If there's been a charge of smoking marijuana, and if there's been such an admission made,
That would only make the evidence stronger. It wouldn't make it non-existent.
I would disagree. I would actually say that it's suspect if no summons is issued.
Well, they decided it wasn't. It's not going to affect anything anyway.
Right. In the scheme of things.
I mean, you want leniency. There's no leniency at 5 months. If it was 5 years, you get leniency. You don't get credit because you just opened. I mean, that's when you should be on your best behavior. I'm at 9,000.
I was going to say 10,000.
10,000 then.
I was up 10,000.
Thank you.
The next items I have 1365 and 1366, Oxen Caesar Corp.
Which one is it?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Rosa Ruiz, and I'm the representative for Oxen Caesar for both cases before you.
What's your name?
Rosa Ruiz.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to counter at 20. You pretty much hit everything we don't want them doing.
Okay.
DJ when they shouldn't have had one. Security when they weren't supposed to have any. No food, noise, close at 12, and they were open way past that. It's pretty much whatever we told them to do, they did the complete opposite.
Okay. If I can just address that, because the 20,000 is extremely high, and he really doesn't have that.
Well, you gave 10.
I understand. You just doubled it.
Yeah.
So I have gone over everything with him. I did file a change to the method of operation to include, what he is.
And that's the other thing that's got to
You
come
wanna
here.
come
yeah.
here? Yeah, that's fine. And I'm aware of that. And then he did invest $20,000 to increase his soundproofing. So he is doing things to make it.
But see, here's the thing, that this, I'm assuming, came to me when he got the license, And I didn't look at the video, but I'm assuming that because of where it is on Flatbush Avenue, that we put these restrictions on him.
No, actually, this never came before the full board. This
But
was
then the
actually,
community board put the restrictions on him.
well,
How
that's,
else did he get a 12 o'clock closing?
because that's what he had agreed to, but it wasn't 12 o'clock, 7 days a week. He had, it's different hours on different days. And I think I have that with me.
No, I'm sure it is different hours on different days, but when you put those hours down, you have to live by them.
Yes, and I've gone over that with him, and he is living by them, so he did learn from his mistake. It's not like he hasn't.
And he told us that there was going to, or he told someone that there would be food, and they went in there, and not only was there not food, it appeared there never had been food, or had not been food for quite some time.
He does have food. I mean, I don't remember his menu off the top of my head, but he does have food.
Yeah, they had, all of these were stipulations signed by the community board.
Yes.
So it's not like this is ignorance on his part. He talked to the community board, they told him what they wanted, he agreed to it, and then a year and a half later said, sorry, I'm going to do what I want. So it's 20 for me.
Can we?
So he got the license, about 2 years ago?
Yeah, June,
I don't
July 1st of 2016, or June 27th.
And first charge a year later, 7/2017, then pretty much looks like all the rest of these was one night.
Yeah, it's a March application,
December- oh,
March,
Okay. Which tells you that was going on. I thought 10,000 was too low. I did put a question mark with myself. I didn't go as far as 20. I was thinking 15.
all right, I'll go 15.
I'll go with 15.
Okay,
All right?
thank you. And then just submit a reconsideration request for the change of method of operation?
I'll reactivate it. Well, are you accepting the terms?
Oh,
That's kind of where I've
Yeah.
got to wait to see what
Mhm.
happens there.
okay, thank you.
So you are accepting the condition, the counteroffer now? Or you want to wait and get the letter?
If you talk to your client and you accept the terms, send me an email and we'll reactivate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need to approach, or are you taken care of already?
Are you getting a license?
Are you getting a
No,
license?
she wants a picture of
You
you.
getting into business?
Are you good?
Oh, no.
Wait, should we wait till we're done?
This is a solemn forum, there's no tweeting.
Oh, that's true, if we wait, that's true. Okay.
You got to make sure, you need to
All
stay
right.
then.
All right, let's go.
All the paperwork is
do
cleaned
it.
up.
1354 is held over until 7:25, so is 1355. 1356.
I have met with SGWS, as I have been quarterly, and they've been reporting things to me, and there's no change in those reports, except for that I have additional reports, and we're continuing to work on
Okay, good.
those reports. My understanding is that they've paid the rest of their fine, correct, Tom?
Yes.
Thank you.
It goes to 1357 and 58 too then? The same?
Yes, yes.
So there's nothing for the members to do then at this point.
No, we're fine with that report, thank you.
1359.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3.
Cancel and bond or revoke?
Cancel and bond. I'm sure we'll get a recon.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1360.
I'll accept.
1,000 accept.
1,000 accept.
1361 and 62.
Accept.
15,000 accept.
Accept.
1363.
Accept.
Accept. Letter of warning.
Accept.
1367.
Withdrawal 1 and 2, accept.
1,200 accept.
Accept.
1369.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
Accept.
1370.
500.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, 500.
1370?
Yes.
Mother Murphy's.
Accept.
Extension premises.
1370.
The pre-mixing is a sangria, generally. And most of them, that is out of ignorance.
1371.
Accept.
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 1373. 4,000.
4,000?
I wrote 3,000.
All right. Oh, what'd you have?
I originally wrote 3,500.
It is 18 or under,
It's
correct?
what?
I believe it's 18 or
18
under.
or under.
It would normally be six.
Oh, I did 4,000 because it was
6,500.
18 and 100. Where do you have the 6,500?
There's a prior violation.
Right, I was giving them 4,000 because of the prior violation and the 18 or under.
So what?
I gave them a break. You guys are giving them a big break.
Yeah.
Okay, 4,000.
4,000.
So we're all at four?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
1376.
I'll accept the reconsideration and accept the check.
Agreed.
Agreed, accept.
1382. This is the one you just canceled and bond claimed.
No, it isn't, is it? Oh, 82.
About 30 seconds ago.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We're already
Okay.
done with this.
So we don't have a bond anymore.
So cancel.
Cancel.
yeah.
485.
All set with that?
Yes.
Okay. 1384, 85, 86.
This is low.
Had a bunch of health code violations.
16,000 and all of the other things that she required, which is,
I have a question with that, 'cause- and this is a question for most of these. Who's going to monitor that?
After that.
That be
all right,
council's
just
office?
do the 16,000 then. We're not going to, they need to be filing the method of operation change with the community board anyway, and they should know that.
If filed.
They've already
with
filed?
us? No, if they've filed with the community board and then file with us, you want that to the full board.
Yes. So what did I say, Tom?
You said
16, yeah.
16,000 and the application to the full board. That's as a counteroffer.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Pan?
Agree.
Okay. 1387 and 92.
Accept,
Accept.
1389.
accept,
Accept.
6,500, accept.
1393 and 1415.
accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1395.
1,000,
1,000.
1,000, it's okay.
1396.
accept,
1,500, accept.
Accept.
1397.
accept,
This one here, non-bodifying, no kitchen, but health regs, roaches all over the place, so it's probably a good thing. They aren't fixing food, huh? 7,500 for that one? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, accept.
Accept.
1398.
accept,
300, accept.
Accept.
1399, 1400, 1401.
accept,
Some bond.
Cancel and bond.
1402.
accept,
750, accept.
Accept.
1403.
accept,
Accept.
Cancel and bond.
1404.
accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1405.
3,000,
Yep, 3,000 is exactly what I had.
3,000.
1406.
accept,
7,000 and 60-day suspension.
And commencing the day of the summary.
Yeah, accept.
Accept.
1409.
I would ask that this is canceled.
yeah, cancel and bond. We need to talk about this. There were some charges here we dropped the ball on, like, we didn't charge with synthetic marijuana?
There was
I
a,
would prefer that we talk
there was
about that
mitigating circumstances about this.
That's,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I'll hold it then to discuss.
We all good with
Cancel
that?
and bond.
Okay. 1410.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, dismiss 8, sustain 9, 10, 11, 12, dismiss 13, sustain 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, revoke and bond with a prescription.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Agree.
1411.
Dismiss.
Okay to dismiss. This is one of those ones I was telling you about,
Yeah,
Chris.
yeah.
1412.
Way she was winning that. Okay to dismiss, same thing.
Yep.
Dismiss.
1413.
6,000. because of history.
They were busy with other customers. 6,000.
6,000 is okay.
1414.
Okay to dismiss. Yep. The charges didn't match the
Yeah, that
facts
didn't
either.
match up. Yeah, I noticed that too.
The waitress was doing her, and she did her job. She denied service.
You're all set with that one?
Yep.
1416.
Cancel and bond. Sustain one, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
And that may
Cancel and
seem
bond.
rough. We generally cancel and bond on the, oh, that's a check, right, Tom?
1416?
1416.
Oh, I'm on 19, I'm sorry. Okay.
3 times.
All right, are we on the same page, 1416?
Yes. 1416.
That's visibility in books.
Sustain one and two,
3,000.
2,000.
1,000, yep.
2,000.
Good.
1418.
Accept.
3,000 accept.
Accept 3,000.
1419.
This is what I was trying to tell you. Cancel and bond.
Cancel
That
and
what
bond.
inevitably will happen here is they will send the check in and ask for reconsideration. and they'll get it.
Okay.
All set?
Yes.
1420's been held over to the 25th. 1421.
Accept.
7,000 accept.
7,000 accept.
1423.
I would most likely suggest, considering the severity of this, that this be canceled at this point.
Okay. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
It's gonna make me.
Cancel and bond.
1424.
Another one. Okay to dismiss.
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 1425.
This is contaminated ice. Letter of warning.
Yes. Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
1432.
Accept.
5,000 accept.
Accept.
1438.
Accept.
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 1450.
Accept.
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 1452.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
1453.
Sustain one, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Chairman, I have no other items signed in. Anything else on the calendar?
No, we're done.
Good to go?